Just sit. You're a good girl. Hazel? So for Sarah, I was like, do you have to fill an application?
Are you ready? Everybody ready?
I was born ready.
All right, very good. I'd like to call the January 5, 2026 Pocono Township Board of Commissioners meeting to order. The first part of the first meeting will be the reorganization meeting. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jared, roll call, please.
Commissioner Leap, Commissioner Long, Commissioner Kepler, Commissioner Gannett, Commissioner Velarde.
Yep.
All present.
First order of business this evening will be the election of the president of the Board of Commissioners. With that, I would entertain any nominations for the position of president of the Pocono Township Board of Commissioners.
I would like to nominate Ellen Gannett as president of the Board of Commissioners.
Ms. Gannett, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the nominations. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion to close the nominations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Madam President, I turn the floor over to you.
Okay. Thank you for your support. I just have a brief statement I wanted to say before we start. Past year was a little challenging, a lot of changes, elections, transitions that tested us all. And it reminds us how much professionalism, fairness, and transparency are important in local government. My commitment as chair is clear. This board will operate openly, make decisions guided by policy and the public interest, and treat every resident and each other with respect. While we come from different perspectives, we share one responsibility: to serve our community faithfully. So tonight is about turning the page, moving forward together with integrity, accountability, and focus on what matters most: the township, and most importantly, you, its residents. So with that, I'll ask, are there any nominations for vice president? I'll nominate Matt Long.
Second.
Any other?
I'll
No.
nominate Natasha Lee. Okay.
I didn't hear that.
I said that, thank you.
Any other nominations? I guess we move to the vote. Is that how that works? Leo? Okay,
All in favor?
so all in favor?
Motion to appoint Matt Long as the president.
Okay. I'll make the motion to appoint Matt Long as vice president.
Second.
And all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. For any individual wishing to make a public comment tonight, including those dialed in by phone, please state the spelling of your name and identify if you're a taxpayer. And please limit individual comments to 3 minutes and direct all comments to the president or the board. It's fine with me. Do we normally do that now? Yeah. Does anybody have any public comment? Don't.
Dawn Isle for Scott Run. Congratulations, Ellen. I wanted to talk about, you guys are giving permits out on the UHA Superfund site to shoot off pyrotech shows. Now, these things are vibrating my house, which I don't mind. The show's beautiful, but we're on top of a Superfund site. And if it's vibrating my home, what is it doing to what's underneath the ground that the DEP paid millions of dollars to hide and move a stream that's an extra value stream that's an R1 zone property? And to give permits to shoot off shows, I mean, I do think it's beautiful, but my concern is it is still a UHA Superfund site. And if my house is vibrating all the way down at the back of the hill, what's going on top of that hill? With all that, DEP just had a problem up there with leakage. You guys know that they had quads in there that actually poured hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage. And this goes on 3 to 4 times a year. And it is an R1 zone, and the neighbors should be notified. This is not a fireworks show. This is a pyrotech show. So this is big booms. And I just don't think that it should be on top of a Superfund. If he's going to do it, then maybe he should get permission to go into the pit down below, but not to sit on top of a Superfund site. I just think that that's just not a really good idea. We live by that Superfund site, and I don't want to have any more contamination in the back of my property. And the stream was moved, and the stream is right there. Where's all that stuff going? Where's all that pyrotech paper and stuff going? All that stuff is going right into the dry sawmill stream. It's right behind them. So I really think that if you're going to decide to do that, I wish that you would rethink the positioning of where they're going to do it. I'm not trying to stop them. I'm just trying to say it's not a good idea. Thank you.
John or Paul, do you have any comments on that? Because
This is the first time I'm hearing of any pyrotechnic shows over there, but we
Did
can
we-
look into it.
did we get permits?
We did not issue any permits for over there.
So there was no permit at all for this one. You did give them one permit already.
To my knowledge, I haven't issued any permits for that site.
That's
Again,
the heck of a show not to have a permit or have a fire department available.
I
I'm
believe-
just saying.
So we did not issue any fireworks permits for this site. Fireworks are allowed 4 times a year per the zoning ordinance, New Year's Eve being one of them. But no, any other time, what is it, Paul? New Year's Eve, Labor Day, Memorial Day, and
Generally, we only issue permits for commercial fireworks.
This is pyrotech.
yeah, we have not issued any permits for that.
It's beautiful. Stunningly beautiful, but it's on top of a Superfund site. Not a good move. If my house is shaking all the way in the back, which I enjoy the show, and they don't break my windows, what are they doing to that Superfund site? I don't want no more contamination on my property.
I would recommend you call the non-emergency line. next time that happens, because we have not issued any permits for that property.
Are you kidding? See, I thought
Yeah,
you
not
had-
a single permit, no.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Begley?
Hello, folks. My name is Pete Begley, Begley. I live in Smithfield Township. I'm the chairman of the Monroe County Republican Party. I came here nearly 2 years ago to object to changes that Pocono was making, mainly when Jared Belvin got hired. And I'm here tonight just to say I was mistaken. He's done a great job. I'm very impressed. There's 20 municipalities in Monroe County. I think Pocono Township is the most dynamic one. It's the one with the most going on. And it takes a lot to oversee that and to shepherd that. And he's done a terrific job. He served with you guys, so he knows the inner workings of the political process. And so I just want to encourage you to keep him. It's hard to find good township managers, good borough managers, as they don't grow on trees. So I just wanted to come here and tell you how much I support the work he's done and the township in general. Congratulations to everyone that was recently elected. I wish you the best. And just sorry, aesthetically, I believe the American flag's always supposed to be on the left there, the first one folks see. So I know there's a veteran here who might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I did want to include that as well. Best wishes. I'll keep you in my prayers. God bless you. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Hi, Chris Great Garvey, Henryville, Pocono Township. I love Jared. He's done an amazing job. Anytime I need anything as a resident, or I work for Pocono Heritage Land Trust, anytime the Land Trust needs something, he's there. I know when he was hired, there was some controversy, but he loves the community. He's there to serve the residents. I think he's done just an amazing job. So I hope, he is appointed again to the same position. What can I say? He's a, top rate guy. And like I said, knows his stuff. He knows the community, loves the community. He's passionate. Anything you need, he's been there, like not just as a resident, but for businesses. And I just hope you support him. And thank you, for your time, and thank you for all you do, and congratulations. And we have a great board here. So thank all of you for what you do, but I hope you support him.
Good evening, everyone. State Representative Maureen Madden. Congratulations to the winners. I also am standing in support of Jared Belvin to be the Pocono Township manager through this administration. As a state representative, Jared is incredibly great to work with. He answers emails quickly. He understands the inner workings of government because he's been a commissioner and now he's been a township manager. We've brought millions and millions of dollars home to this community for the TLC park and for other, we just got some sewer money, Jared. Is that what we got money for last week? Yeah. So it's, as someone who works with so many different municipalities, having the confidence of a township manager, having the ability to work with a township manager, having them know what's going on and understand grants and things like that, it makes my job much easier. And it makes your job a lot easier too, because he's the guy looking for grants. He's the guy that knows how to work with the Pocono Mountain Economic Development Corporation if he needs to. And you just, not to mention the money that you all have saved through having Jared and having him oversee a really competent staff that you have as commissioners. This room, for example, this room was originally supposed to be like $35,000 or something like that, and you all did it for under 10 because you used the work, the fountain. I mean, you can put a price tag on it, right? But you can't put a price tag on that amount of devotion, that amount of the ability to work with other people of both sides of the party. I'm a Democrat. He's not. So we all come together. We all work together for a common purpose. That is to make Pocono Township a wonderful place to live and to raise a family. And from my vantage point, being in this job for a decade, I see that dedication through the boards that have served and through Jared Belvin. So I'm asking you to take a look at his qualifications, take a look at the body of work, and to keep Jared Belvin as your township manager for the good of Pocono Township.
Happy New Year, congratulations, and it's good to see you all here. I want to speak on behalf of Jared Belvin. Anyway, I got his first name right, the only one probably. Anyway, he's always been accommodating. Everything you see around you was orchestrated by him. He saved the township, as Maureen's Miss Madden had said, countless dollars. He's easy to get in touch with. He answers emails almost immediately. Well, when he can anyway, he's not out in the field. I do want to put in a strong word of support for him and encouragement to keep him on the board. I'm floored that we're even talking about this, but fair enough. I don't know what the undercurrents are. But Jared, I hope you stick around.
And then, as you know, I serve on the school board, and Jared's been great in all our dealings with the school board too. So I have to add that as well.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Frank Greeley, Township Resident. I just want to congratulate everybody, the newly elected commissioners. I wanted to also put a good word in for Jared, as I've worked with him directly. Great guy to work with. Again, answers emails, responds to you when you need an answer. Again, I'd also like to put in a good word for Jim. I've worked with Jim directly with regards to issues that have been in the township in the past. And also Patrick, I've dealt with him as well, so I'd like to put in a good word for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone online that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, Josh Knapp, Pocono.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'd like to just take the opportunity to congratulate Ms. Ganance and Charles and Matt for their getting elected, and I hope good things to come for Pocono Township.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Anyone else online who'd like to make a public comment, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Terry Van Bressen Martin from Chestnut Hill Township.
Go ahead, Terry.
Congratulations to everybody on the board. I think you have a good group of people here. I'm very grateful that you're all there. And I do want to state that I personally, while I don't agree with everything that's happened in the past with Pocono Township, I believe transactions should always be at arm's length. And I will tell you that my experience with Mr. Belvin has been that he does not sleep. He is devoted to the township. There's no question in my mind. And I believe that he, working with everybody there on the board, will will be a very positive thing for the township. And I really would like to see him stay. I know that his work ethic and his heart is in the right place. And I hope that he's going to be there. And I'm grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Yep. Yep. Seeing none, we'll move on. Announcements. We held an executive session prior to this meeting regarding personnel and litigation. Okay. Next on the agenda is we need a motion to set the Board of Commissioner meetings. Anybody like to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion. That we set the Board of Commissioner meetings for the first and third Monday of each month at 6 p.m. If a regular scheduled meeting falls on a holiday, the meeting will be held the next day on Tuesday.
Second.
Discussion? Does that day and time work for everybody?
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next is a motion to appoint a parliamentarian for the board. I'll make a motion to appoint Charles. He likes the rules. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that if you want to do it, Charles. I'll second.
Discussion? Leo, am I supposed to ask for public input?
You should.
I did. Okay, I didn't do that. Okay, any public comment? Any public comment online?
Yeah, just a quick secondary comment. Josh Knapp, Pocono. Just hope that this year is a lot more restrained in what you as commissioners do from the bench in terms of talking to the public, in terms of talking to each other, and in terms of any self-promotion that might be going on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Next, we need a motion to appoint township solicitor.
I will make that motion.
And that would be, sorry, that would be my firm, Brockle and DeVito, since many of the members of my firm do work for the township.
Okay. I'll make a motion to appoint Bracco and DeVito as our township solicitors for township and sewer business, labor issues, and planning.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Did you give us a quote yet, Leo, or is that?
We're maintaining the same rate, $165 an hour.
Okay, the same rate, 165.
Yep.
Any public comment? Any public comment online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next motion is for township engineer. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion to appoint T&M as township engineer. Do we have a rate for you, John?
Yes, I submitted a revised rate schedule this morning and it reflected a small cost of living.
Okay, but it's a rate schedule, okay, according to John's rate schedule. Is there a second? Second. Discussion?
I didn't see anything from John regarding the rate schedule. Did he? Who did you submit it to? Was it forwarded to the Board of Commissioners?
No, forward, yeah.
Okay.
It's in your packet, at the back of your packet.
Any public comment? Any public comment online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is a motion to appoint township treasurer. Do I have a motion? I would like to discuss this if we can before a motion is made. Is that allowed, Leo?
Sure.
Okay. So we have township treasurer is defined in the first class township code. And the duties that are described there is what Gina, our fiscal manager, does. She does the entering, she does the budget versus actual. And I don't know that we need Frank anymore. Because he doesn't do the duties of a treasurer, so I'm not exactly sure what he's doing for us that Gina couldn't do for us.
The whole, you're right. Gina is doing all the job. Frank just sits as a third party oversight for the fiscal spending of the township. So Frank averages between $8,000 to $10,000 a year as our treasurer.
So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Gina Zuvich as township treasurer if she'll accept that job. And then we would have to determine what that extra stipend or however that works would be at another meeting. Is there a second or more discussion?
Leo, should we talk to her first, or can we make a motion dependent on her accepting whatever agreement we come to?
Yeah, you can make a condition on her accepting the position, yes.
Okay. I'll second it then. Ellen.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
I did just want to say, I do think that there's some value in having, another set of eyes just from a financial accounting standpoint to having, a third party looking in and not having township staff, I mean, putting the numbers in the book and then also auditing the book. I think there's definitely a value to having an outside set of eyes on it. I don't know, does it necessarily need to be Frank? Not necessarily, but I think it might be worth looking at, having some other third party if we didn't want it to be Frank, or if we did want it to be Frank. I don't know. But I don't know that it necessarily makes sense to bring that in-house, because I just think from an accountability standpoint, I would rather see someone outside looking in.
Well, we do get audited by outsiders, and we can hire Frank. I have nothing against Frank. We can hire Frank if we want somebody to do some oversight. I mean, he wouldn't be the treasurer. Gina's doing the job. She would have the bond.
Yeah.
She already is bonded. So.
And you make a good point that we do get audited outside.
We do have an outside audit. And then we, the board, are looking at budget versus actual.
Yeah, and we're also, needs of
oversight.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable making the motion without speaking with the employee first.
Yeah.
We haven't spoken with the employee. We haven't spoken about a stipend or an hourly rate or anything. We're just making a decision on behalf of her job without even speaking or a job duty or anything.
Did you want to table it till next time?
I mean, I think that would be appropriate.
Then we need a motion to table.
I'll make a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussions?
No, I'm fine with that.
So,
Eleanor, this is yours.
Okay. Any public comment on that? Oh, wait, there is no public comment, right, on table? Sorry.
That's correct. On the table, there is no public comment.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
So that's tabled to our next meeting. And I guess we should maybe meet with her or have Jared ask her, how did you want to do that, Natasha?
I think that would be appropriate.
What-
Jared wants to meet with her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
She can make a proposal, should she choose to.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Next is an appointment to the civil service. Who is it that's up? Is there a vacancy?
So there's two people, Don Simpson and Jim Maloney.
Jared, I have Don Simpson's term expires 2029. in what you sent me. I just had Jim as the only one who's expiring in 2025.
Yeah, I only see Jim here as well.
You're correct. Yeah, Don Simpson was renewed. Yeah, it's just Jim Maloney.
Have you talked to Jim? Is he
Yeah.
interested in staying on?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Jim serves. He served on the board for 6 years now. He and his wife own the Maloney State Farm Agency in the area. He's, in my opinion, he's done a very good job for Pocono. They're gold sponsors every year for all our events. Not that that matters, but yeah, good neighborhood partners.
Do we have a motion for civil service?
I'll make a motion to appoint Jim Maloney to the Civil Service Commission for a 6-year term. Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment?
Do I have to open it to the commissioners before you?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yep. Any discussion?
I mean, I've never met him. I'm not familiar with his qualifications. I'm assuming he's not here tonight, or we would have called him forward. But if we're going to be appointing somebody, I kind of like to hear from them personally before we make any appointments. Being new on the board, we're asking Gina if she'd like to stay on. I think we ought to, also ask him before we just appoint him. I don't think it's unreasonable to have him come here before us and interview for the job if we're going to be re-giving it to him.
I mean, I feel like if he wasn't interested, he would have let us know, knowing that his term was expiring and he was up for renewal.
I think he would have let us know if he was interested.
Yeah, didn't you talk to him? You said he's interested, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's a glutton for punishment.
I feel like if he was interested, he would come here. When he's being appointed. Karamine showing up. That does not bode well to me. But that's just my opinion, I suppose.
Are you saying you want to post it and tell them to apply and let other people apply?
Yeah, I think for most of these appointments, I think that we should open it up to the public. I think for a long time in Pocono Township, there's been a habit of appointing people who are gold sponsors, whatever that means. I think that we should be appointing people who show an interest, and I think putting it out there through as many channels as we can, Facebook, whatever, posting it, with the agenda, posting it everywhere we can to try to get the most diverse pool of applicants. That's the way we're going to staff the township with the best people, in my opinion. I don't think just keeping someone on because they've been on when they're not even showing up for their appointment. I don't think that that's the best path forward for the township, in my opinion. And that goes for all the appointments here. I would say I think that we should put these all out to the public, give people the opportunity to show an interest. There are vacancies. I'm scrolling through this list. We have vacancies on some of these boards that have just been sitting vacant. So, I think notifying the public, giving them the opportunity to apply, and just getting it out there is the best path forward.
They're vacant because a lot of people don't want to be involved.
Well, they're vacant because they don't know that they're vacant. I've never seen a vacancy posted for one of our boards or commissions. I remember the last time we appointed people to civil service. There were two gentlemen who came in here. I don't remember ever hearing that these appointments were going to be made until the agenda came out. Again, these are people who are overseeing our police department. I think that we should put it out to the public, and we want to make sure that, again, we're getting people that are interested and who again take the time to apply, and and want to be a part of it and who show up.
The appointments for the Civil Service Commission were discussed for 2 meetings prior to the gentleman coming in and applying and then being appointed. In addition, they came with approval from chief. Like everything is
Well,
done.
they're overseeing the police department. And they're being approved by the police chief. That I mean,
Not approved
again,
by
like,
him, but I'm just
well,
saying,
well, okay.
Endorsed.
Well, again, they're overseeing our police department and they're being endorsed by our police department. That
Well, I don't think they're
doesn't that seem
overseeing
like
the
a bit of
police
a conflict of
department.
interest?
Correct me if I'm wrong. They don't oversee their bridge,
they're-
correct?
So the Civil Service Commission handles approvals for capital purchases, SOP, hiring, not the hiring process, the rules of the hiring, not the hiring itself, and any appeals that should come forth.
They don't oversee. They're
No.
correct.
I suppose maybe this is a difference of semantics, but if they're overseeing capital purchases and hiring decisions and stuff, that seems like oversight to me. Those seem like oversight responsibilities. So again, just with all of these appointments, I think that the best thing for the township is to put it out to the public, give people the opportunity to apply, get a diverse pool of candidates, interview them here, and then make our appointments. Not just appoint based on seniority, not just appoint based on legacy, but truly trying to make sure that we get a diverse representation here in Pocono Township of different backgrounds, different people, not just people who are familiar with the townships, who follow the meetings closely and know when appointments are coming up that they that they need to be on the lookout for. We should be putting it out and bringing in the applications, bringing in the interviewees, not just making these appointments based on legacy.
Any other discussion? Any public comment? I do.
Are these paid positions or are they volunteer?
Volunteer.
And this man has been doing a good job for how many years?
6 years.
Okay, so you have no complaints. He's doing a good job. Did anybody notify all these people they needed to be here and stick up for themselves and ask for their volunteer jobs? Okay, so I'm not sure why we're upsetting the apple cart for a position that a man has been doing well for 7 years and wants to continue to do, and express that desire to your township manager, at which time nobody told me he had to come here and ask for his volunteer job again. I think if you have people that are doing a good job and are willing to continue to do it, the longevity and the relationships and the responsibility that they've taken on for the past 7 years, that should count for something. Not let's just upset the apple cart and get all new people and let's teach them all everything that they need to know. I think you should stick with good people. I mean, my district office director has been with me since she's 17 years old. I would be so lost without her. And I have to imagine that's the same for all of you in your work and in this work, that you develop relationships, you understand that they're good at their job, and they care about their job. So I'm not sure.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Any other public comment?
I'm sorry. I'm curious if you have any thoughts, or Jim, if there's anything you want to add. If not, that's fine. I'm just curious.
Oh, I just wanted to share the fact that this is a volunteer position. It was very difficult my last 2 years to get the last 2 individuals to volunteer their time. And we spent, Jared and I, with the, not the solicitor, but our attorney, civil service attorney, thank you. We spent a lot of time rewriting our hiring process, which has been very successful here. I'll report next month regarding the success of our hiring process. But those individuals, we couldn't do anything without them until we had 2 volunteers. It was very difficult to get. So Mr. Maloney has been very dedicated to his civil service position. And he's very educated in all of the aspects of that civil service dedication. I think it's important that we don't lose someone that dedicated. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Monica?
just want to say that Monica Garrity, Henryville. I just want to say I think we do need to move on as a government. And I think we did advertise before up on a billboard. I think I remember seeing for the volunteers and nobody comes forward. It is a volunteer job. Everybody has a busy life. If you say that that person should have been here tonight, you should have been at the civil service to maybe meet him. Same could be said. Or people interested in working or volunteering at the township should be here tonight, and they're not. So I think it's a little naive that you think all these people are going to jump on board for a volunteer position when everybody's working and have kids at home and such things. And I think if the gentleman has been involved and others did not come forward before, it was kind of a begging situation from the previous meetings that I've been here. I think we do just need to move forward, but we do need to conduct business as a government. And I think we need to just roll through it. And if somebody's interested, then they need to step up for the next time. Advertise it that way, but I don't think we put everything on hold. So that's my 2 cents.
I just want to say, I don't think packing the board, as soon as the appointments come up is the right move under any circumstances. If he's the most qualified candidate, if he's the only one who ends up being interested, by all means, I don't have a problem reappointing him. But I think reappointing him without publicly advertising that this appointment is open, I haven't had the opportunity to meet him. I don't know if Matt has had the opportunity to meet him. I feel that making this appointment without opening this up to the public is not fair to other members of the public who may be interested, and it's not what's going to get us the best result as a township.
Anybody out there want this gig?
These are 6-year appointments.
Anybody out there want the gig?
Oh, stop.
Anyone
You know what I mean?
want it?
So,
okay, please. Do you have a comment?
Just 2 things. You don't know if anybody out here wants it or not, because nobody's. Yeah, in this room.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I'm in the same room as you. What's the impact of tabling this?
Well, the way it's going to look, we're gonna table all of these appointments, and we're not going to know because these people aren't going to come forward begging to do a free job. Okay, I was on a planning commission for 12 years. You know how many times I came to these meetings to beg for my gig back? I never came and asked for the gig back. They reappointed me because I did a good job. Okay? Jim Maloney's doing a good job. So why are we going to cut him off?
I'm not saying you should cut anybody off, and I don't think beg is even in the equation. Charles is making a valid point.
No, he's not. But,
Michael, please.
It's not a valid point.
Thank you. Charles is making a valid point that there may be some people in the community that are interested in some of this stuff. Maybe not. What's the impact is the question of just deferring this till the next meeting, and in the interim, just putting a list somewhere that, hey, these things are all open. We have the current people, and then the current people can then just show up and say, yeah, I'd like to do it. What's the impact?
The impact is there's some appointments here that we do need to make in order to operate. So if we're going to pick and choose which ones we're not, that's not a good look.
I would agree.
But I will say, yes, we could put these out, and we can certainly do this for next time, 2 years, right? And we advertise and do exactly what Charles is saying in the future for these positions that are volunteer. We can advertise and they can reappoint rather than an automatic reappointment. I agree, but I'm thinking for tonight, we didn't have that opportunity. We didn't give them a fair opportunity. I'm willing to meet halfway and do it for the next time.
So we can say we're going to do it for next time, but 2 years is a long way off. That's a promise we're making now, and not a promise that we're going to be held to at the end of the day. I would also just note, this board was entirely Republican for a very long time. I'm the first Democrat to serve up here. There are a lot of people in this community who've not been represented or felt that they're not being represented for a long time now. And just the fact that I'm sitting here as the only Democrat on the board might bring other people forward who thought that they never would have even had a chance and never would have even considered applying in Pocono Township for one of these positions. And, now they might feel like they had that opportunity. And so, I feel that opening it up, it's you know, people told me I didn't have a chance running for commissioner. And you know, maybe if I had said no and not run, then you know I wouldn't be here. But you know, I think putting it out there, giving people the opportunity, letting them come in, and again, people might feel empowered when they did in the past. So, you know, that's just my opinion. I don't want to drag this out forever. I'll leave it there, but that's my position. So.
So we have a motion and a second on here, right?
Yeah.
We will have quite a few vacancies coming up at the end of 2026 as well. So it's not a 2-year thing. Maybe next year.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Next one is a motion to appoint zoning hearing board. Do we have a motion?
I don't. So, Jared, this is just Lou, right? Have you spoken to him recently?
Yeah, Lou Ginsburg is the chairman of our zoning hearing board. He has been since we became first class, and yes, he is still interested in serving on the zoning hearing board.
So Lou's the only one?
Lou's the only one that's up this year, yes.
So I'll make a motion to appoint Lou Ginsburg to the zoning hearing board. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Would we care to ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to consider serving in this position like we did with the last one, even if it's sarcastically?
We're not going to get anywhere.
Is there anybody who would be interested in this position, just out of curiosity?
What does it entail?
Zoning hearing board? You're basically a quasi judicial body when there are special exceptions and variances made to our zoning policy. They would come before you and you would rule on whether or not, you know, those are going to be allowed in the township. That's my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, Matt. I was just saying, from a time standpoint, they typically meet once a month and begin their meetings at 5 o'clock.
Looking on the website, it does not look like they meet once a month. It looks like they meet as required. And they don't meet once a month. It looks like it's every couple of months. Looking at their previous agendas that are posted up there.
That's correct. It's on an as needed basis. We do have one coming up at the end of January.
What type of requirements? Are there any requirements in the position? Like you had to be on zoning board 4 or something like that?
No, this township currently doesn't have any requirements to be able to serve, just be able to make the meetings.
Myself,
We have 2 people here in the audience who are interested in this position. So do we want to move ahead with an appointment?
Where do you see the other?
Did I see Jim raise his hand too? So do we want to move ahead with this appointment, or would we like to table this one to give these 3 gentlemen the opportunity to come and
I was going to make a motion to post this anyway. I disagreed with you on civil service, but this is one that I've been thinking I would support posting and accepting applications for regardless. So the fact that there's 2 people here just kind of bolsters what I was already thinking. So I would, I don't know, do we have to vote on the motion already on the table, Leo, or can we just?
You can make a motion to table. If it's seconded, there's no discussion, and then there's a vote on the motion to table.
So I will make a motion to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Online comment.
Oh.
Typically not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say proposed.
Can you just do a roll call, Jared?
Sure. Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Long? I'm sorry, Vice Chair Long? Commissioner Kepler?
Aye.
President Gannett?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
No.
Motion carries.
So now I'd like to make a motion to post the vacancy for zoning hearing board. And I just want to clarify, I think there's only 1 vacancy, right? I see 2 motions on the agenda for zoning, but what am I missing there, Jared?
Nope, it's just 1.
Okay. So yeah, motion to post the position. I don't know how long typically we let these postings,
We've done anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks.
whatever. I'm fine with whatever you think is typical and fair.
May I just interject for a moment? I apologize. My only concern from this chair is to make sure that we have a quorum because we are under time constraints in order to conduct these zoning hearings. So we want to make sure that we're not shy or risking a quorum. That's so in other words, the sooner the better, since we do have a hearing coming up at the end of this month.
Can an alternate step in?
Yes, and that's how it.
The answer is yes. An alternate can step in as long as we have a full complement. I know we have a full complement. We have 2 alternates. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I motion to post the vacancy for zoning hearing board.
Posted where?
Wherever we typically post. I mean, Facebook, Pocono Record.
Does the township have a LinkedIn page?
We don't.
We don't. Could we make one? I don't think that would be included in this motion, but let's do the places where what social media do we currently have? Just Facebook?
Just Facebook.
Just Facebook? All right. So
we can put it on Savvy Citizen, Facebook, the website, the billboard. Okay. We generally don't post that in public record, but we can advertise that if we like.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I need a second.
Yeah. Oh, second.
So I would just like to clarify, it's not a vacancy. We're choosing not to reappoint a man who has served in this board for 10+ years, has been impartial and neutral in his decisions. But I just wanted to clarify that it's not.
His term expired December 31st.
Correct, but it's not that he resigned.
Okay. Can we vote?
Any public comment? Anybody online?
Yes.
Gina Pocono.
Oh, sorry.
Pocono Township, Pocono Manor. I just want to say if I'm volunteering for these positions that you guys are talking about, and I've given 10 years, 6 years to you, and I've done a great job, and just that this has come up for discussion, I'm out. I'm not going to do it anymore. It feels like you are completely disregarding the amount of years that they have put into doing a good job here for whatever purposes this is happening right now, which I'm not aware of. But that's what I would do. If I was your volunteer, I'd say, go find another one.
Agreed. Yeah. I would just say, I mean, we do have multiple people here who are willing to volunteer for it. And I wasn't going to say this, but I will. I have heard concerns about this individual. I didn't really want to go there because I know he has volunteered a long time, and I'm grateful for his service. But I have heard from people who said that there are concerns, and so I think it's fair to post this particular one. Civil service, civil service had a glowing review from our police chief and our township manager. I wasn't really hearing that here, and I have had concerns already told to me by residents. So that's why. Yeah, I get it. No, I know. That's why I wanted to explain myself.
Hello. I've also heard from residents that there's an impression that there's a lot of inside game that goes on here in Pocono Township, where it's the same people who have been running things for a very long time here. I think that the idea that just because you've been here a long time means you get to stay here making decisions for the entire township. That's not fair to people who may be new here, who maybe don't have as much as a tenured history with the township, because it's not just how long you've been here, it's your desire to serve, it's your passion for the township. And just reappointing people because they've been here a long time, that's going to entrench biases within the township that I think are better unearthed and, reshuffled from time to time.
This is Gary. I'd like to make an online comment.
Sure, go ahead, Gary.
Gary is on our zoning hearing board.
Hi, I'm Gary Gallery. I'm on the Pocono Township Zoning Hearing Board. Just to clarify some things, so we do have a vacant spot. So the position you were voting on for Lou to be the chairman is what is being tabled. Is that correct?
No, Gary, they're talking about opening up his chair completely. Yeah. So it's not reappointing him as a chair, it's reappointing him to the zoning hearing board completely.
Yeah, Gary Lou is at the end of his term.
Okay. Okay, and then we do have a vacant alternate, and then we do have another alternate on there. And it's something that we are challenged with getting people to come to this. So, if you are willing to do this, I would be happy to help people with this. But it is a very challenge to get people to come to this. So, some of the members that we do have, we do value and treasure.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're saying, Gary, there's actually two spots.
There is one vacant spot, and then there is another, the other alternate. I've been on the board for, I think, a little over a year now. And I don't believe he's been to one hearing, so far.
Okay. So we would need to advertise for two, right?
If the list that was given, only has one term expiring, so I didn't have that in front of me, but is that why there's two motions on the agenda? Because
Gary, what is the hourly need?
It's an as needed basis.
It's an as needed basis. We just got another two hearings. We just got applicants today. It comes in waves. It's not consistent, but it's an as needed basis as we meet with this.
I could give you a few hours a week.
Any other comment?
Ellen. Ellen, I'm online.
Okay. Go ahead, Terry.
Terry Van Bretsum, Chestnut Hill Township. I've lived here my whole life. I agree with Mr. Kepler. If you really want to change the perception, the public perception of Pocono Township, nepotism cannot happen. We have two police officers that are the sons of a former supervisor. Like, that's not a coincidence. And I've seen this throughout my whole life. If you want to change the perception of the township, you're going to have to open up your hand and let people know what is available. And I know we can say people won't sign up, but if they're aware of it, we can't just closely hand things. We can't keep things the same forever. Now, another thing I want to point out is a matter of respect. I'm working on my level of respect because I lost all respect over the past 6 months, and I'm working on that. But when we come to a meeting or we're looking at an online meeting, Mike, I don't want to see you sit there with your Trump hat on, and I don't want to see you sit there eating through the meeting. I think it's disrespectful.
This is America. I can wear my Trump hat if I want to.
Okay, this is disrespect.
That's a statement.
Listen, this is disrespectful. If I go in a courtroom, I have to take my hat off. And when we're talking about demeanor and respect all the way around, it rubs off. So this is not a casual get together where we're all sitting and snacking and having a party. What we're doing is very important public business. And we have to have some kind of protocol, some kind of decorum that comes back not just to this township, but to every township. And these things trigger me, and I'm working on this.
I think your time is up, but
okay.
Thank you.
For the first time in my life, I have to agree with what Terry said. I'm sorry.
So can we vote on unless there's further public comment, can we vote on my motion to post the open position?
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carried.
So the next one's a vacant alternate position. We're we're going to be voting to post as well because there's nobody. It says motion to appoint, but I think we just want to make a motion to post another alternate position.
The township vacancy chair would
The
be
next
the next
one.
one.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's also a vacant alternate position on zoning hearing board,
I would,
according to what Gary said, and Charles pulled it up here too.
I have it here. There's a vacant alternate, and then there is the Lou Ginsburg position, right? Or was it Gary Gallagher? What did we say?
It was Lou.
Lou,
Yeah,
okay.
Lou's term was
Okay.
So
expired.
the ad will just go out for
Two.
You can pick two of whoever applies. Right?
we have a member who has been non-communicative, but I would like the opportunity to reach out to him first.
Okay.
And then, if possible, have him come to the next meeting if he's still interested and see where that goes.
Okay.
Okay. Next is motion to appoint a vacancy board.
Yeah, it's like
Actually, the vacancy chair. Actually, the vacancy chair for the commissioners that may or may not know. In the event a commissioner steps down, resigns, or no longer can serve, the current board, existing board has 30 days to make an appointment. If the current board cannot make an appointment by a majority of those four members, then the vacancy board is called in, and the vacancy chairman, the person that you select, will act as the chairman, and if there are 15 days to fill that position. Failing that, for some reason, at that point in time, it would go to court. So it's a position that is called in the event of need to fill a vacancy if the rest of the board cannot do so.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jerry Listowski to the Pocono Township Vacancy Board as chair.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Or replacing
Jerry-
Jerry with Tom, replacing Tom with Jerry,
If
Jerry here to express that he wants it?
or is Tom
Uh,
here to express that he doesn't want it after 12 years?
Right.
I did ask Jerry if he'd be interested, and he said he would if they had support.
Yeah, what's Tom think about it?
You can make a motion to appoint Tom if you want, but right now the motion is to appoint Jerry.
Well, we gotta go through your motion before we go through another motion.
Correct. Did I have a second?
Yes, I second
Oh,
that.
you did.
Any public comment?
I'm curious. I know Jerry Lestowski. I think he's a great guy, but with Commissioner Long recommending appointing him and asking and replacing someone else who hasn't necessarily been asked to be replaced, we're not really posting these positions, are we? We're just kind of putting other people in instead of other people that some people know and some people don't. So I'm not really sure how this action tonight is rectifying the idea of people being in there too long, right? And we didn't mention that people are in office for a long time because they're doing a good job and you didn't see any reason to replace them. We're just saying they need to go because they've been there too long. And doesn't seem fair to me.
We should open it for people to apply like we are for all the other positions.
Exactly.
That would be the fair thing
Exactly.
to do and transparent.
Exactly. And then I just have one other question about rules. Do you need to live in Pocono Township to comment in this meeting?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The vacancy chair has it been used ever, Jerry?
It's only been used one time.
One time. So we're not talking about something where there are regular meetings. We're not talking about civil service where the police chief has given a glowing review and the township manager has given a glowing review. We're talking about something that has been used one time. It's merely to break ties. And Jerry Listowski has the experience. He is a former commissioner, a Democrat, former commissioner. And I think he is the perfect person to sit in that role. And if it doesn't have support, that's fine. But I think he is a perfect person to be vacancy chair. And that's why I made the motion.
You very well may be, but you're making
You don't have
everyone
to
else apply for their positions and you're opening their positions, yet
We
you're
didn't make
suggesting
Jim.
this one.
I supported you with Jim in civil service. You know, everyone has to vote their conscience, and well, you didn't want to post civil service, so everyone has to make their own decisions. I mean, if this doesn't have support, then it will fail, and then we can post it. But I mean, I think we should vote unless there's public comment on it.
Anyone online wants public comment? Dawn.
I agree with Matt. I have sat at these board meetings for over 3.5 years, and I think Jerry will do a great job. I mean, if you want to post it, post it. I think he'll win anyway, but just wanted to say that.
Anyone else? Anyone online? No. You do a roll call, Jerry.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to quickly state that I think there's value to people who are familiar with the job and are showing up and doing the job. I also think there's something to the public facing side where you advertise these positions available.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
To be clear, it's to appoint Jerry, correct?
Right.
Yes.
I like Jerry, but my answer is no.
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Nay.
President Gannett?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
No.
Motion fails.
I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion to appoint Tom Felber.
Can I make a motion before you?
Go ahead.
I think we should open this like we are with the rest of the positions. That's the only fair and transparent way to do it. Correct?
Yes.
If we're
Thank
doing
you
it
for
for
that,
all
Ms.
of them,
Secretary.
civil service was the first one.
Yeah.
And then since then, it's been Trump that everything wants to be opened
There's
for people to reapply.
The third one. But we can't post anything, and this is something that's been used once. So I don't understand why we're posting it when we have a former commissioner, beloved by everybody, yourself included, who's willing to do it to break a tie if needed. But
Because we're posting other positions of people who
Except for
have,
civil
who have
service.
dedicated their time and volunteered their time, and we're replacing them.
we didn't post civil service, which meets regularly, and I support you on that. But whatever. If we want to post this, that's fine.
Let's post it.
Is there a motion?
Motion to post the open position for the Pocono Township Vacancy Board with a term to expire December 31st, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Public comment?
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding what's happening here. So have you always posted these positions for these vacancies? So we're actually starting a new policy right now to open these positions up for posting that are mostly going to expire December of 2026. So I mean, it seems to me you should be voting on just a vote to post all of the positions, right? Make a vote to post all of the positions, and then you don't have to go through them one by one by one. But it seems to me like Leo, correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to me like we're starting a new policy tonight, but we're not making a motion to start that policy and to vote on it, and then just table all of them and post them all. We're going line by line, and we're deciding who we're going to keep and who we're going to post. And that doesn't seem fair to me.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
The representative in the beginning said we should appoint Jared Belvin to township manager without posting it. And now you're saying we should post everything? I'm very confused. Do you want us to post the manager?
Is Jared Belvin's contract up?
Yes.
Has Jared Belvin been doing it? And he's not.
You're changing your criteria.
Oh, no, I'm not. Because you're talking about volunteer positions. You're not talking about a man who's been doing a great job for years and years and years. You're talking about a volunteer position. Then tell your commissioner not to debate with me.
So we're voting on posting the vacancy chair?
Is there any other public comment? Yeah, I guess we are. Anybody online?
Guys, if you have somebody, they've been doing a great job. You know, if you want to go to this next session 2 years down when there are elections, go. But, you know, doing it just like karate chop style right now seems a little unadvised.
Anyone online wishing to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Okay. Frank?
Frank Riley, Township President. It seems to me that certain positions, the paid positions, that's a little bit different than the volunteer. Volunteer positions, if people aren't showing up, then they should be posted accordingly. And that means wait for the next time. Or, post them until the next meeting for the commissioners. It seems to me also that there is enough interest. I saw these when this came out on Friday, and I'm interested in finding out a little bit about a couple of them. And I didn't have anybody to ask at the time, right? So yeah, I think that a lot of these should probably be posted, and the people who are already in the positions, maybe they get, I don't want to say first dibs, but let them come and, and consider they're already doing the job. And if it's a job that you've liked, then then that negates the other people who want to apply. It just seems to make more sense. You're getting the possibility of new people, but at the same time, you're letting other people still speak for themselves by postponing the volunteer positions until next time and posting them online. That seems to me to be the right thing to do.
Jared, what is the motion that's on the table?
To vote on posting it.
To post.
Okay.
For the the vacancy chair.
Can you do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Leaf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Nay.
Commissioner Kepler,
Yes.
Chairman Gannett,
Nay.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yes.
Motion carries. Next one is a motion to appoint township representative to COG. This has been Chris Ann, right? Has this been
Chris Ann sits as the COG secretary. She's paid through the COG specifically for that. I had always been the COG representative when I was a commissioner. And I mean, obviously I attend as, the manager regularly.
So would someone like to make a motion for COG rep?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Jared Belvin our COG rep.
Second. Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? Roll call?
Commissioner Leaf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler,
Aye.
President Gannett,
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Next is a motion for police chief.
I'll make a motion to appoint James Wagner as Pocono Township Chief of Police with a term to expire on the date of the next Board of Commissioners meeting following its reorg meeting in January 2027. Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Any discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Congratulations, Chief.
The next one, Leo, I don't think it is an appointment. This is not in the township code to be an appointment. I believe this is Pat's job.
Well, that's correct.
And I don't think we need to do anything. It's still Pat's job.
Except that I think his contract expires.
Well, that would be a contract, which we're not dealing with tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean,
We have to write it. We have to work. We're reopening the budget. Possibly, I mean, the contracts will have to wait, right?
well, the contracts will have to wait, yes.
So I don't think we appoint him. It's his job for forevermore, basically.
Well, it's
Just like any other
it's his job until he's removed or he decides to no longer.
But it's not an appointment.
No, it's not necessarily an appointment.
So we're
It's not a
gonna,
required appointment.
so it is Pat. So I don't, we're gonna skip that because it is Pat. Pat has his job. We do have to work on a contract. The next is a motion for manager.
I'll make a motion to appoint Jared Belvin as township manager.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Leo, does there have to be a term in here? I mean, we're just appointing him indefinitely, or what's the?
The term should be the next reorganization meeting, or next year if you'd like, and cut it in half, or however you want to do it, quite frankly, but there should be a term, yes.
So is your motion for a year till the next?
I'll amend till the next reorg. If Mike will accept my second.
I'll accept.
The annual reorg at the end of the beginning of 2027.
No, the next reorg, we're not having a reorg in 2027. We have a reorg in
Every 2 years.
28.
Well, there's a formal reorg for all the positions, president, et cetera, but I think there are some expired terms that need to be dealt with at the end of this year, right, Jared? So there will be appointments. There will be appointments at the beginning of next year.
What's your motion, Natasha?
To appoint Jared Belvin as township manager until the next annual reorg.
I'll second that.
Discussion. I would like to appoint Jared, but I would like to give him a performance review for 90 days, give you a chance to understand his job. And we were supposed to give him a performance review. We failed to do that. And he deserves one. And then we should move from there. But it's just
I'm parliamentarian, right? We have a motion on the table. We're discussing.
This is the discussion.
Is this the discussion?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. All right. I don't have anything.
Well, for what it's worth, when we hired Jim Wagner, you said 3 months wasn't long enough. You did.
For anyone to prove themselves.
You did. You said 3 months isn't long enough. And we gave him 6. And he's doing a stellar job. I think if nothing else, we should extend the same courtesy to Jared. Give him 6 months to prove himself.
Leo, this is an at-will position. I mean, is the term largely arbitrary?
Yeah, I mean, the manager, any position is at will, other than the collective bargaining units. Collective bargaining units. So if you wanted to replace Chief Wagner next meeting, you could do so. You want to replace me, I serve at the pleasure of the board. The same would apply to the township manager or any other appointed official. Especially paid appointed official.
Any public comments?
Yes. Sorry, it's gonna be a long night. Performance evaluation, how long have you had this job, Jared?
Year and a half.
Okay, a year and a half. If he's been doing a good job for a year and a half, you haven't even seen a need to have a performance evaluation. If you have no gripes with him, why wouldn't you just reappoint him to continue doing the job that he's doing so well? I don't understand. I don't understand how I've seen townships look for township manager for months and months and months and go through township managers, and you have a man right here who is committed, who is doing the job, and you're literally talking about him in front of him like, we'll give him 30 days. No, let's give him 90 days. How about let's talk about the last year and a half that he's done a great job? How about all the people in this room and all the people online who have spoken for Jared Belvin? How about we listen to them?
Leo, am I allowed to discuss the budget in terms of this position and what's been discussed?
Yeah, I mean, you can discuss whatever you'd like. I know there's a motion on our next regular business meeting to open the budget, if you'd like to discuss it then, or you can discuss it now.
I just want to say, I think we're still in discussion.
It's still in discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I just want to say, in terms of who would evaluate this position, Representative Madden, it's the board, and you have two new board members who have not worked with Mr. Belvin for a year and a half. I largely think Jared is doing a good job as well. He's been my number one resource during this transition. He's been very knowledgeable, very capable, and I like his attitude. We did have a budget meeting recently. There were some questions about that that I'm awaiting answers for, and I don't think, and Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I can get into every specific detail about an employee, but
I would agree, Commissioner Wall.
so suffice it to say, I think appointing Jared as township manager, whether it's, I would support 60, 90, whatever it is, considering he's at will, but pending a formal evaluation by the entire board, myself included, as a new commissioner. So I would support that, I would say, in this discussion, whatever the term is. I just want to make it clear to the public that it is pending a formal evaluation, and we are going to be looking at all of the position. And I want to reiterate, Jared, I think you're doing a very good job. You've been an incredible resource to me, and I'm just trying to be fair to the public. This is a very important position. A lot of people had issues with how the township manager got his position. And I think a lot of people would say Jared has proved most people, if not everybody, wrong. But, it's fair for us as a board to do a formal evaluation of the most position, arguably, in the township. So I just want to make that clear in the motion that we will be appointing him manager pending a formal evaluation.
That's not the motion, so it would have to be amended.
No, I'm just saying, in terms of the discussion, that's where I'm at.
I've also heard from a number of residents that, they have deep concerns about, the process through which he was appointed. Just because the previous board failed to conduct a performance evaluation as, he is supposed to receive a performance evaluation, just because the previous board failed to do it does not, necessarily, vouch for him as a manager. I think that, our responsibility to the taxpayers is to make sure that he is doing his job effectively, that he has clear expectations set for him, and to evaluate him based on those expectations. And I think that it should be the expectation of the taxpayers that we are doing our due diligence, and making sure that our employees are doing their jobs to the best of their ability. And I think that it would show an extraordinary lack of diligence on the part of this board to simply appoint him without conducting that formal performance evaluation as you would in any job. I'm sure most people here are employed and have a boss, and I'm sure most people here have received a performance evaluation, and would agree that that's an important part of any employee's job to receive that and to take that feedback and put it into the way they do their job.
And it should be done for every manager in any manager position within the
Absolutely.
township.
Absolutely.
I'm saying across the board.
Absolutely.
I agree.
So I want to say something really quick. I just recently had the opportunity to work with Jared and meet him, and mostly everybody here on this board. I was really not. Most of my building happened in New Jersey, not here. I'm now here, so I'm dealing with you guys. He has been my wealth of information. I'm actually shocked how soon I get a reply to an email in comparison to every other town I work with. And he has always been there to answer the questions and been impartial, because as a resident, I came in here with the historic overlay that they're trying to put on Pocono Manor, which was spot zoning. Dealt with that. It came before the board. Then it went over to zoning, and it got done the right way. And he as well as Ellen were really instrumental in that happening for us. So I don't know what the ins and outs are. I don't know if this is just because you two are new board members and you're kind of shaking things up, and it seems like a lot. I don't know the background of all of the appointments in this town, but he's done a great job for me as a builder as well as a resident in Pocono Manor. So that's just my 2 cents on him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim.
I got it. Hold up. Go for it.
Vincent Trapasso, probably the leading developer business guy in the community. And I have to tell you, I think I represent mostly all of the businessmen in the community. He has been such an asset of communication between the commissioners and the businessmen and the people of the community by virtue of having the leading Democrat here sponsoring and coming here to endorse him. That has to say a lot to everybody here. So I don't know why he needs to be on any kind of a probation, because he's been on probation for a year and a half and done a wonderful job. My hat's off to you.
You've got two things in front of you. You've got reappointing Jared, which you definitely do. And you've got a job evaluation, which is done as a matter of course for everything. So the very worst case is you don't like the way he's doing the job, but at least reappoint him, get it going, keep this thing flowing. He's done everything that I've ever, needed to get done or asked any question. I mean, this is separate the two. Reappoint him, do your job evaluation. I'm sure you're going to find that it's stellar. And I'm a Democrat too, so I don't know how that plays into the equation. But yeah, I mean, they're not the same thing. They shouldn't be concatenated. They shouldn't be conflated is the word maybe. They're two different things. Reappoint.
Madam Chairman, Board, Chris Barrett, 1636 Sullivan Trail, I'm a resident of the township. I just would like to also speak on Jared's behalf. I've worked with him on a number of projects. He's been incredible to work with. In my opinion, I did a 20-year stint on a school board, so I know what it's like to sit there every night and deal with some of the issues that you do. So if you want to hear from somebody in the public who's dealt with one of your employees who represents you, he serves you incredibly well. And he has a really, really strong reputation. And I would urge you to reappoint him. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
Anybody online?
Yes, Josh now. I honestly was one of those people who thought that was very upset with how Jared got the position. But if he's had a lot of accolades tonight, he seems to know what he's doing. I'd love him to be a little bit sharper on technology. But other than that, Jared, quite honestly, I think the previous board did a disservice to you by not giving you a true evaluation. So you need to get that. If the board wants to just extend you for, a time, so be it. But that's, I just want to say that I was one of those people that had my doubts. And if you have changed around, God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
So exactly what is the motion?
It's Natasha's motion to appoint him through the end of the year.
Oh, all right.
Right? That's what we're still on.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
I just want to say, considering it's an at will and I don't think the term really matters, I am voting yes.
Nay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next one, again, Regina is an employee. Fiscal administrator is not an appointment. So is that correct, Leo? She does have a contract that we'll have to work out.
Yeah, that is correct.
Next one, we need a motion to approve the depositories.
Yep.
The banks.
Yep, this is just to officially put the new members of the board and myself and Gina and Frank. Frank is listed. We'll leave him off until we can always add him on, but we'll leave him off right now. So the motion would be for the 5 commissioners, myself and Gina Zubich.
Okay. Does anybody like to make that motion?
Are we on the depositories motion or the
Yes.
signatories motion?
Depository. Which banks we're going to use?
Yeah, so motion to approve the following as the approved Pocono Township depositories: ESSA, First Keystone Community Bank, First Northern Bank and Trust, PLGIT, Citizens Bank, and Wayne Bank. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Discussion? Public comment online? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Next is a motion for this signatories on the bank accounts, which Jared just named. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve the following as signatories on Pocono Township bank accounts: Matt Long, Charles Kepler, Alan Ganant, Natasha Leet, Michael Velarde, and Jared Belvin. Did you say Gina's on there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gina should be named on there.
Okay, and Regina Zubich.
I'll second that. Discussion? Public comment? Online? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. We have a motion to appoint Burkheimer as our tax collector for EIG and LST. I'll make a motion to appoint Burkheimer as our EIT and LST tax collector for Pocono Township. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Public comment? Guess I should have said discussion, but this is probably done. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carried. Next is the motion to set the mileage reimbursement rate at the IRS rate for 2026, which is 72.5 cents a mile. Do I have a motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. I'll make the motion. You second.
You did.
Yep. Okay. Discussion? Public comment?
I didn't know it was that high.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Motion for zoning officer. Anybody like to make the motion?
Yeah, I've been very impressed with our zoning officers. I spoke with them today and met with them a week or two ago. So I will happily make the motion to appoint SFM Consulting for our zoning officer services.
Is there a second by Natasha? Discussion? Public comment? Online?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Next is a motion for commercial building code services at a rate of 70% of the building permit fees.
Second.
I didn't put a name in there. I wasn't making the motion.
Oh,
You making the motion, Mike?
no. No, you're making the motion. You started it.
I was just
Oh,
pulling
okay.
it out.
All right. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to appoint SFM Consulting to provide commercial building code services at a rate of 70% of the building permit fees.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Online? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Just going to speed this along. Motion to appoint SFM Consulting to provide residential building code services at a rate of 70% of building permit fees.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion to appoint Helen Beers as Pocono Township Sewage Enforcement Officer. Again. Discussion? Do we have an hourly rate for her?
You might work on a fee schedule, Ellen. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's I'm trying to pull the fee schedule up. It's
Oh.
based off the
On
actual.
a perk test
Yeah.
or what's being done.
Okay, then it's just, so it's not hourly, it's a fee schedule.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just like SFM.
Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carried. Motion to appoint a township secretary.
That's township secretary.
Second.
Discussion?
Jared, what does this entail?
This is just who certifies and bonds the minutes for the meetings, planning commission, and BOC.
Who does, is this the secretary that does the minutes or? I'm just wondering, is this a lot of duties for you that you'd like to give to somebody else, or is this?
Suzanne and I share it. She's
Assistant.
yeah, she's the assistant up, until reappointed again. So we take turns with each other's work and,
So you're happy how it is?
yeah, Suzanne's a great help.
I would just say that I haven't been happy with the minutes provided by the township. I've always felt that they're overly vague. And they don't provide a lot of insight into the discussions that were held by the board, which is a big part of why I started live streaming the meetings and advocating for them to be recorded. But I still think that those recorded minutes are important. I think that we need to be doing a better job capturing the discussions. And making sure that they are accurately reflected and that there's no partisan bent or leaving out of details that are important to the official record of what occurred at the meeting.
I'm gonna turn to you, Leo, to just give us what has to be in the minutes, because we go over this a lot.
Yeah, the township, since I've been here, has gone 360 in its meeting minutes. One was very detailed, verbatim. At one point, it became just the motion, the second, and the vote with no other comment or detail. It really is a policy of the board on the detail that you would like to see. If you look back through the minutes, you'll see there was a time period where the minutes were a page and a half long. Recently, they're several pages long. But so long as what is required in your minutes are official actions of the board. That's what is mandatorily required. If there's a motion and a vote, that needs to be recorded in the minutes. How far beyond that you would like to take it is a Board of Commissioners policy.
Yeah, and that's what I would ask. We've gone back and forth a million times. I don't mind doing them however you'd like, but I would just like the board to set a policy so it's clear and concise for Chrisanne and I.
Agreed. We do public comment? Anything online?
Yes, if I could. I'm sorry, go ahead.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Next is a motion to appoint Assistant Township Secretary. Do I have that motion?
As assistant township secretary.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Motion for solicitor for the zoning hearing board.
And move to appoint Todd Whitson as solicitor for the zoning hearing board.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Salute.
Motion for the zoning hearing board secretary. I'll make a motion to appoint Chris Ann McDougal as zoning hearing board secretary.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. A motion for recording secretary for the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission. I'll make a motion to appoint Chris Ann McDougal as recording secretary for the Board of Commissioner and the Planning Commission meetings.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anything online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Next is a motion for open records officer.
Make a motion to appoint Jared Belvin as the open records officer.
Second.
Discussion?
This is another matter where I have, concerns about the way open records are being processed. I made a number of right to know requests in the last year, and found that it was very difficult to get them in a timely manner. Requesting things as simple as the audio recordings of the meeting would take up to 30 days, which is the maximum amount of time you could ask, or that they can take to deliver those to you. I understand that they get a lot of requests, but something as simple as a recording should be fairly easy to fill, especially when you're trying to get notes on a meeting for an upcoming meeting, which may only be a week or two away. I think that we need to be working more expeditiously to fill right to know requests, particularly for residents, who want to hold the board accountable, and who are trying to get information from the township. I don't think that it should be a 30-day process to get something as simple as the recording for a meeting or the abstention form submitted by a commissioner that wasn't posted with the meeting minutes or the agenda like it's supposed to be.
Leo, what's typical for open records officer? I mean, is it typical for a township manager to be the open records officer as well?
The answer is yes. Okay. By way of background, Jared, how many right to know requests do we get in any given average a week?
It honestly goes up and down. Obviously, tax time, a lot of realtors want the township to do their work for them. We have continuously exceeded our right to knows over the past 3 years, and we did exceed in 2025 as well. We averaged just around 260 right to knows in 2025.
Do you want to be open records officer?
But that's something else that Chris Ann and I take turns on. There's times when I'm out of the office or she's out of the office, and we use Anthony Giovannini with Roglin DeVito as our solicitor for right to knows as well.
So would it take anything off your plate to switch it so that you're the alternate and she's the right to know? I mean,
it really wouldn't matter. It's basically the same thing. It's up to the board.
So typically, I think you're supposed to respond in 5 business days.
Which we do.
Okay.
In regards to Commissioner Kepler's comment, at that time when he had submitted for the audio recordings, they were not until they were certified at the next Board of Commissioners meeting as per policy, they wouldn't be released. So that was where that 30-day delay, had been called in. So now that we have changed that, the meetings are online and, the audio policy has changed.
Thank you. Any public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Next is a motion to appoint an alternate open record officer.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to appoint Chris Ann McDougal as the alternate open records officer.
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Next is a motion for a representative to the County Tax Committee.
I'll make a motion to appoint Jared Belvin as representative to Monroe County Tax Committee with a term to expire December 31st, 2026.
Second. Discussion? I have a question. Would this be better fit for Mary Riley? I mean, what is this tax committee?
It's held 4 times a year. It's 1 hour before COG on a quarterly basis. Tom Felver used to be our tax committee rep for that, but he had expressed interest in not continuing it. And it's just so that we can meet with Berkheimer and discuss trends of what's going on, where Berkheimer is, if they need any support. So I could ask Mary Riley if she'd be interested. It's probably more up her alley.
I'm just thinking you do a lot of meetings. This is more. It's up to you, but I mean.
I mean, if we could table this, because I would. Mary is awesome, and she is a big numbers-driven person. So I would ask her first. Like you said, it's more up her alley. I don't mind doing it. Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I'll motion to table it.
Second.
Mike second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next is a motion for the Township Emergency Management Coordinator.
Yeah, I'll motion to appoint Jared Belvin as Pocono Township Emergency Management Coordinator.
Second. Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And a motion for Assistant Pocono Township Emergency Management Coordinator.
I'll make a motion to appoint Samantha Rispoli, Assistant Pocono Township Emergency Management Coordinator.
Second. Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next is the motion to appoint Township Volunteer Fire Department members, 2026 Fire Police, as requested by Chief Jordan Marion, and there's a list of them.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Wasn't that on the regular meeting agenda under the report?
It is.
Are we
Yeah, it
doing it twice or?
Oh. No, we're only gonna do it once, but we're here. Do we need to read the names off?
Yes, please.
Leo, should it be done during reorg or the BOC?
You can do it during reorg or during the BOC, either
Okay.
one. They need to be appointed.
In the past, we've always done it during reorg. It's up to the board.
Okay, fine. So we already have the motion, right? I'll just read the names, if that's okay. Harry Andrus, Kristen Baranski, Peter Gallagher, Robert Gupko, Christopher Kingsley Jr., Christopher Kingsley Sr., Kevin Kresge Sr., Thomas Kresge, Alvin Kresge Sr., Ronald Labar, Gerald Listowski, Paul Lehman, Bruce Obuchinsky, Robert Raisley, Corey Sayer, Michael Sierra, and Donald Simpson. Public comment? Anybody online?
And Chief Mary is on the phone or dialed in if anyone has any questions for her.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And we have final public comment. Anybody have any public comment? Right, Claire.
Claire Learn, Monroe County resident, 50 years. I want to congratulate Jared and everybody else on the panel. My say does not pertain to you guys. It pertains to all of Pocono Township. I am the consistory secretary for Grace Church. We closed in 2019 with 6 members, and we couldn't afford to keep it going. And we are now down to 4. We decided to sell the church to take care of the cemeteries. I'm also on the cemetery board. There are 3 cemeteries in town. The cemetery board consists of middle-aged people. They have no money at all. That's why we sold the church. And we have somebody who only mows and weed whacks. We need somebody in the springtime to do total cleanup on all 3 cemeteries, branches that fall down, debris. And if it's possible, I didn't want to, but I will get a committee going, volunteers to help with these cemeteries. When you come off of 80 and go to the crossings, Camelback, wherever, the first thing you see is the church and the cemeteries. And it looks like we live in Cuttermanville. And I would like somehow to get these 3 cemeteries put up where they should be and look pristine like the ones in Stroudsburg do. And if there's any way somebody in the township can help us, I know one officer has offered to volunteer because the guy wouldn't mow in the spring because we didn't have the closing. And he had offered to get some guys together. But if anybody can volunteer, please get in touch with me through Facebook or call Gary Resch at Collect Funeral Home. There's a number on the sign at the church. It sits back a little bit, so sometimes you always miss it. But the chapel is open 24/7. Anybody wants to go in there, pray, meditate, whatever. And if anybody can help these 3 cemeteries, the 2 are there by the crossings, 1 is on Learn Road. That church there's no church there anymore, but the cemetery's there. So if anybody can help, please let us know, because they really need the help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared, can we post something on Facebook, get all the information and post that to see if anyone's willing to help?
Absolutely.
We don't need a vote for that, Leo, do we?
No.
Sounds like a good Boy Scout.
Put it on the website as well.
Yeah, that's what I said, the Boy Scout project. Yeah. Okay. That concludes our reorganization meeting. Motion to adjourn. Whoop.
No, you were right. That's what I was going to say.
I'll make that motion.
Adjourn that.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye. Turn the page.
Does anybody need a 2-minute break or something? Yeah, okay. Let's do a 5-minute break.
Everybody make your bladder gladder.
Yeah. You know, it's obviously, you know, yeah. That's it. It's all here in your life. All right, how bad? Yeah.
Your microphones are all on.
I'm first you got the. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Nothing yet. Well, you can email me too. Yeah, let me know what's coming. Because I told you, it's not nice. Right. Something like. So I would be happy to discuss that.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm curious, if there are any restrictions about that they're not fine. I would have to ask this guy and.
Well, you know what I mean.
So I said,
I'll talk to him. As long as John first.
And John should move it. Okay, how are you? Oh, no, what's really funny?
Really fun. 7 years long, being back. One thing I do is stay on.
We're using the building.
I stay out.
Yeah.
Okay. Crazy.
Green magazines, 30s, every part of our life. Yeah, and it's very often. Why would you do that?
mean, I don't want to say it about this. You're right. Well, he is. I just got a bill last that I produced my first term. That I 10 years just passed on the bipartisan. It takes Chris out there. I don't know where you are. I really don't. He's been doing an amazing job. Ronnie Bird, President, you must understand that he'll Nebraska. Bits of bits of he asks questions that say that are completely wrong. I said it one time. Thank goodness.
You're definitely building envelope there. Social. But I
needs to see.
That's very. You know what we did? That guy right there. Came to township, we moved my son. He's and they look. Salary raise. Sylvia remains. Maybe it's not there. That's just fine. You know that. I mean, it's got a ton of he's over here. Plus something. I like and we've never I've never used it. He said I was going to check down since you think that. It's in process.
Thank you. You know, I looked at him, it's gonna be a long meeting. Thank you. I'm good, thanks.
Hey, Claire.
All right.
No, thanks.
Yeah. Well, it's a reorg. It's long and tedious, and now we do a regular meeting, which will. We'll pull our hair out for this.
Then it's over.
Yeah.
Go home. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Oh, no, that's good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So do they do it, clean up like on a certain day? Do people get together or there's? Yeah, I mean, I'm available and a weekend is good for me. A weekend is good. I can certainly, yeah, I can volunteer. Uh-huh.
I have press like so. Oh, there.
Oh, yeah. That's cheap. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I better start this meeting now. Yeah. You good? No.
Let's get it going, friends.
Where's Leo going?
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, sure, actually. Love me some.
Where'd that come from?
Leo says she's. This
Good?
Leo's
We're
really-
good. That's told me.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't make it, but.
Charlie.
Women in Bethlehem didn't make it.
Charlie, nice. Very nice.
Oh, here he comes.
Come over here, up here. No, up here.
Look at this cutie. Hey, you. That's Charlie 5. What about mom?
Okay. Should I do this?
Yeah.
All right.
We're gonna call the meeting back to order. We'll start with the pledge.
Yeah. Still there. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
We're gonna open up for public comment for non-agenda items. Oh, we're, all right, I'm sorry, roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
Here.
Vice Chair Long,
Here.
Commissioner Kepler,
Here.
President Gannett,
Here.
Commissioner Velarde.
Still here.
All in again.
Any public comment on non-agenda items?
I do.
Go ahead, Marie. Thank you.
Representative Madden. Just want to know if you all are aware, Jared, did you make everybody aware that we got that last piece of money for the TLC park and for the adult equipment?
That's part of my report tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You took away all my.
Forget I said that.
Yeah.
Any other public comment? Non-agenda. Anything online? Okay, moving on. We have a presentation from MCTI.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. I'm glad to be back. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. I kind of figured all the people in the audience were not here for me. So last month, I presented a plan on behalf of the school to rezone 18 properties that are adjacent to the school that the school actually owns. And just to go into a little bit why we're looking to do this, like I said, Jerry, if you want to go to the next slide. For those of you who aren't familiar in the audience with MCTI, we serve Monroe County. We serve the 4 districts in Monroe County. We're a public school. We have 24 career and tech programs. We currently have over 1,200 students, which is, as you can see in the last decade, we have grown tremendously. We have a wait list of over 600 students who have not been placed because we have no more room, even with our new addition. On top of that, we serve between 600 and 800 adults in the evening in adult learning classes. So we pride ourselves on being an asset to Monroe County and also to Pocono Township. Obviously, we are in the township. We work to make everything better as far as employers and workforce development in the county and in our township. So what we're looking to do, we just completed an addition that did add about 125 students, but as you can see, that kind of just was the tip of the iceberg as far as how much growth we really need. Our school was originally built in the 70s. Monroe County was not developed as it is now. And the growth in career and tech ed, not just in Monroe County, but in the state, has led to the massive wait list that we're dealing with. So on the next slide, you'll see our wait list in the last 5 years. So the last 2 years, over 600 students. So that's grades 9 through 12 who have not been placed. And it's pretty much across the board, ranging from our automotive programs. Welding has a tremendous wait list, diesel, so on and so forth. So the first step that we need to do to grow is to rezone. So we learned in the last go around, the last time we put this addition on last year, it's a little unique how the school was zoned, I guess, when it was built. So where the school sits right now is R2. The properties that adjoin it that the school owns is R1. If you go to the next screen, we have 2 different screens I can show you that kind of explain this. So the orange is the school, and those blue lots are lots that the school owns. Those lots were subdivided years ago for the purpose of student-built houses. That's also part of the project that we would like to accomplish. But what we learned in this last edition was even though we own the property, there are zoning laws, and you guys have codes where our addition came too close to the zoning line. So we ended up having to go through the variance process, and we paid about a $10,000 variance for our own property just because of the zoning. So to eliminate that moving forward, the simplest thing is to rezone those lots. Jared, if you go to the next screen, it kind of gives you a better idea of what it looks like real world as far as what the lots look like. There's 18 lots there that we would like to build. So that's about, 36 years of student work for us. One of the challenges we have is that road that's in there, Votech Road, we own it, which I can tell you right now, being in the business of owning your own road is not ideal. So we would like to get that up to code and eventually turn it over to you guys at the township. Obviously, we would have to pay to get up to code, and then we can start building houses in there that our kids would actually build from the ground up. Also, as far as growth of the school, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of where the school is located, that kind of little cutout, that's an area that we can expand our current student population, opening up a second welding shop, a heavy equipment program, vet tech. Those are the three programs that we're looking at right now. Ultimately, the plan would add to start about 200 to 250 more students. So that's what we're looking to do. There is no immediate plan. I have to present the budget to our board next month. This has been discussed with our superintendents, and it's something that's my job to look to grow the school. And talking to Jared, who's been outstanding to work with, is to get this rezoned so we don't run into these issues again. So in our view, paying $10,000 variance through with taxpayer money to a tax entity like yourselves, it was kind of odd. So we're trying to avoid that as much as possible. So that's kind of the quick overview of what we're looking to do at the school. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Those look like they're non-conforming lots. Is the sewer extension going to be going past those lots? The one that's going up to MCTI to pick them up?
So the current sewer extension is planned just to serve the MCTI building at this time.
So are there going to be problems building on those lots since they're non-conforming? If they're too close together, are we going to have issues putting the septics close together? I know that we've had issues in other places in the township where the lots have been too close together for to build on because of the septic leach fields and everything that's required, distances to the wells and everything.
Yeah, I have not looked at any of those issues. I don't know if our engineer, John, has looked at them.
I have not. Do you know offhand what size the lots
All
are?
lots are an acre.
An acre should be sufficient for both a well and a septic.
We actually, so those houses below, the last house was built when I first started. It was probably about 2006, but all those houses were built by MCTI students over the years. The problem was, hindsight's 2020. They never put the road in all the way. So that's just a paper road that you're looking at right now. So for us to build a house on a privately owned road that's not paved is not a great investment for the school. So we want to get the road up to code first. That's why we stopped building.
So as not to create additional problems, the lots that have the blue dots on them, are they going to become part of the campus at it?
No. So really what we would look to do, like I said, the addition would fit. So in that back building is our diesel building, is our diesel program. We can fit a substantial addition in the back. Now, what I would tell you is just to eliminate the possibility of, I forget what the requirement is as far as being away from different zoning lines. That's what we're trying to avoid.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
When you look at the specific criteria for governmental or educational use, it says all structures shall be set back at least 100 feet from any adjoining land within a residential zone.
100 feet should be fine. I thought it was 50 feet for your zoning lines. So do you see that blue cutout one up there? When we did the addition, now the addition doesn't show on that picture, that we conjoined with the current school. To be honest with you, I don't know why, because I think we were doing that so we didn't have to pay that variance, but we ended up having to pay the variance anyway, because even though it's our property, it's a zoning line. It was a zoning line issue. So we still have to go through the variance process.
So, I mean, other than getting a variance, if there was 100 foot restriction around the perimeter of your property because it adjoins residential zones,
right,
does that create an issue?
As far as I am not an expert in this, from what I understand, the issue was this zone between R1 and R2, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
But what I'm saying, if you wind up having to set back 100 feet in, they're acre lots. I don't know whether that affects your ability to construct the.
So 100 feet would be more than enough space. So if you look at where that building is in the back, that little hillside is where we would go. So you're well within 100 feet of those current residential lands.
Separated from those.
Yes. Yeah.
So depending on how large the expansion would be, they might have to do a lot joinder with two of these lots right here. But as far as affecting any of the other residents on the other side, it would not.
And I have no plans. That's why I can't answer your question thoroughly because I'm trying to get ahead of the game. So
if the board's inclined to go and agree with your rezoning, I didn't want to have you do it and then come in and say, oh, you have a setback issue. Now
Right.
you need a variance. You haven't gotten anywhere.
right.
To Jared's point, what you're talking about combining two of the lots that.
As of now, we are not.
To do school, to do expansions.
I think what Jared's saying, so when you have an engineer come in, like the whole process of the whole building, if we go through that process, let's say they say the site where next to the diesel building is not, for whatever reason, is an issue. It could be there's rock there, who knows? Yeah, so it gives us a little bit more flexibility, is what Jared's saying. My plan anyway would not be to conjoin those lots if not necessary. Now, if I could sit here and tell you the GOC approval to build a 200,000 square foot campus, that's a different story, but I can promise you I do not have that.
Has there been any soil testing on those lots?
Not on those lots. The lots that are there for the residential lots. No, we haven't touched those lots since, like I said, 2006 was the last house that was put up.
Do you, I'm sorry,
No, please.
do you know when that subdivision was approved?
No idea. Well, before me, I've been there for 20 years.
John, it was approved in the early 80s.
May or may not have required soil testing at that point, at that time. I mean, today obviously would have to be soil tested just to be approved. Not sure what happened back in the 80s.
So for what it's worth, and I am not an expert in soil testing, obviously we had soil testing done in the last year on where the addition went, which is, where the school is currently. So
How long do you think it would take to build up all those lots if that's what you're
36 years, probably.
36
It's about 2 years. Our kids are building it. So it takes about 2 years to build. And how it works for us is we have a fund set aside to build it. Then we auction off the house. That's what we have to do. And then those funds, whatever we make on it, go back into the next house.
So you want to change the zoning?
Yes. So we are currently, those lots are currently R1. We would like to change them to R2, which our current school is an R2. From what I understand, it's not a spot zoning issue because we are R2. And I believe Jared had a map up last time I was here. Around us is R2 or commercial. So it's not a spot zoning issue. It's just, again, trying to eliminate the variance issue that we ran into in the past.
So what does R2 get you then?
So that's what we currently are. So we have educational purpose or rights through R2.
It just gives a stronger density to accommodate for the 1 acre non-conforming lots. Because currently R1 requires a 2 acre lot to build the house. So the R2 would end up allowing that. So over here in the blue, you can see is R1. R2 is in the light green. And if we zoom out, like Leo had that question before, is it contiguous or not? And yes, it goes all the way down to the end of Bartonsville Avenue and then intersects with the commercial zone.
No short-term rentals in R2 either, right?
No.
So what is it you're looking?
I was just asked to present, and I guess whatever the next step is.
The next would be to.
Yeah, no, if the board is inclined to entertain the request for rezone, then the next step would be to authorize solicitor together with the engineer's help, so we can have since it'll be a map change. We need a map to prepare the requested zoning amendment. Once that gets approved by the board, at that point, it would be sent to both planning commissions, Monroe and Pocono Township, and then it would proceed as a typical zoning amendment.
So
if the board's inclined to do that.
Yeah, Leo, this map is a draft that Monroe County Planning Commission had made for us with all the tax identification and everything.
That's fine. And, all the owners of the affected property would have to be notified. That makes it easy since they're all owned by the Technical Institute.
Do the adjoining properties that aren't owned by them?
I believe, well, the properties will be posted. Just yes, the answer is the properties will be posted. And notice will be mailed to affected property owners. If the board would like, we can mail it to adjoiners just to make sure.
I would like to. I don't know about anybody else.
But, you know, again, we've got to prepare that ordinance first. That's the first step. Is the board inclined to want to proceed with this rezoning?
I'm good with it.
I'll make the motion to have the solicitor and engineer prepare the ordinance resolution for the rezoning of the MCTI units. Is our second?
Second.
Ellen. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm looking at it. Discussion? Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all good, Dennis. Stay right there. Hi. So I've been working with Dennis since my first term. One of the first things I was able to do was bring home $500,000 with Governor Wolf for them to modernize their welding equipment that was in excess of 40 years old. And if I'm correct, after they graduated, they had to go somewhere else to get certified. Good. Okay. And we also had extra money for like 2,500 scholarships for adults to go back and learn a trade. And years later, a woman came up to me and said, Representative Madden, I'm doing this now in hospitality. I went to this program. And Senator Scavello, former Senator Scavello, and I were always on the same page about MCTI being a full day school where kids got on the bus, they went to MCTI, they took all their classes, their math, history, and then they learned a trade, right? It took that stigma away. We also passed a bill in the House that changed the vocational school to career and technical school to also take that stigma away. And I want to say that despite the fact that we can't get our school boards to commit to making this a full-time high school and get kids off the bus, right, for 50 minutes a day traveling back and forth. This man has done a tremendous, tremendous job with the monies he's had. I worked with him to get the money for the new extension, for whatever he needs. I'm always working because we all know that, you know, the greatest generation are the carpenters and the electricians and the builders, and they're all retiring. And just try to get an electrician or a plumber, and you see how desperately we need MCTI. And, you know, whatever we can do, I've been there. I've watched these kids build the houses that they have. I've watched girls, you know, work on diesel trucks. This is a really, really great school. It's got a waiting list, and it shouldn't have a waiting list. We should have these people being educated and put them out there because they're making money day one. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Frank Ridley Township resident. The only question I would have in changing the blue to R2 would be, could they change their mind and then affecting the surrounding areas, property owners, then instead change that and make the school larger because it's now zone 2 instead of zone R1. I'm sorry, R2 instead of R1. Because, you know, going back and saying, well, now it's R2, so we want to make the building bigger and thereby affecting the local residents. That would be the only legal question that I would be concerned about.
And the answer is, if it's rezoned to R2, they would have the ability to develop it for any use provided
That
for
they
in the
see
R2.
fit. That's why I asked.
Any other public comment? Anybody online?
Jim Pellegrini, can you hear me?
Me, yep.
Okay, good. The only thing I would question is the heavy equipment comment that he made as far as what heavy equipment means to him. Is it bulldozers, payloaders, graders, scrapers, and backhoes?
I can answer that. Yeah, sure. So yeah, heavy equipment is a program where students will learn how to use what you just said. That's on a smaller scale though. So we will not be able to have full-size excavators due to liability issues, but they'd be smaller equipment so students can get that hands-on experience utilizing that equipment.
Okay,
and they
you
would
realize
run things on that equipment as well.
You realize that takes property because when you're out on a piece of equipment, you need someplace to play with it.
Correct, and we have the property. even on our
Okay.
current property.
Do you have the noise? Like, so if I was a resident and all of a sudden someone popped up a heavy equipment operations school, which I've been to, by the way, I have a background with that. The noise of the diesels, is that something that you considered?
We have a diesel program as well, so
No.
and automotive. So to answer your question, my job is to build the best current tech school possible, and that's what I'm looking to do. Is there a noise issue? Possibly.
Yeah, you might want to look at that because I know from experience, because I took heavy equipment operation like a long time ago, but I operated bulldozers, payloaders, scrapers, and the like. And I know what the campus looked like that I was on when we did it. And it was rather large. And they would give us a piece of equipment, send us out into a field, and we would dig ourselves into a hole, and then someone would have to get us out. But that's secondary. Now, the other thing would be the road improvement that you're going to make. Now, 36 is a lot of years. Are you considering, piping it with sewer, even though it may not be available at the time that you start building? What are your thoughts on that?
Not even on the plan right now. And so as far as I understand, the township is not running sewer that far. Keep in mind, these are 15, 16-year-old kids building these houses. These are not
I love it.
construction.
Yeah, I love it. I'm just saying that if you're going to redo the road to bring it up to code, you might want to just consider burying some pipes for the future. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
Yeah. And then other than that, I love the fact that you're running a vocational operation. I think that we need more of that. Too many people behind the desk doing AI. Thank you very much for your time.
Do you mind just responding to the previous gentleman in the audience as well?
Yeah. To answer, to be 100% honest with you, if I had the ability to use an entire space for an addition, I would be all in favor of it because I think it's important. Do I think that's even reasonable? No. To get our addition that we just had put on was about 17,000 square feet, which is our building alone is about 200,000 square feet. Took me 6 years to raise those funds. So for me to fill that entire space is just unrealistic. So the goal, to be 100% honest with you, is just that area I was talking about, which is adjacent to our diesel building. And again, the plan would be a second welding shop. We would move our automotive program out there so we can get a full 100 students in there. Vet tech and heavy equipment is what I'd be looking to do. So to answer your question, no. Since I have been an MCTI, since I've been a director, I've been director for, this is my 9th year. We are missing out on not building those houses. We build a house in our carpentry program every year, a literal house that we have to tear down because we have nowhere to put it. So our kids are missing out. So if in a dream world, I'd get that addition, which to be 100% honest with you is far off right now. And then also to build those houses.
We're just you could have a couple lots built on currently. It would be in the R2, but leave the perimeter around, where the other adjacent homes that are already there are. I mean, is that something? Because then it's going to take 36 years.
Yeah, I mean, right.
Once,
right.
Maybe it might even ease people in the area. Say, hey, okay.
I hear that's up to the board. I mean, for us, like I said, for what our vision would, my vision would be, is those 4 lots, I guess you would say, that are adjacent to the school. And I apologize for those of you in the audience who said this would be short. I was wrong. Those are the lots I'm concerned about, simply because in speaking on behalf of the JOC, and I actually have a JOC member in here, it was hard to swallow that we had to pay $10,000 in a variance for a property that we own. Right. Right.
There, but then leave the other stuff in R1 for now until it becomes necessary 10 years, 15 years down the line.
And since you're asking the question, I don't want to belabor this, my next hurdle is getting money to build that road. Representative Madden. And it would add tax, and the representative asked me a question. We would sell those houses, so they would become Pocono Township residents, which benefits everybody.
Dennis, just one final thought.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one final thought on the sewer, and give me a shout. We can look at this together. You may find it's more efficient cost wise because we're running the sewer line to your property line anyway, to be able to connect those lots. If you want to discuss
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
give me a shout and we'll get together.
Absolutely. I mean, we're excited for the sewer. We're ready to go. I know I keep bugging you about where that's at. So
I have an announcement
Okay,
later
okay,
tonight.
good.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to say, we're in a much different world now than we were like back in the '90s, when the houses were original. You said it was back in the '90s or the '80s that the
the 80s
houses
when it
were
was owned. Yep.
Are there security concerns with taking this, students off campus? I mean, I guess it's still on campus, but out of the building, out of the secured space to have them working.
We do it every day. We have about 100 students right now who are what we call co-op. So they go out in the workforce. Most of them are in 11th and 12th grade. And we get clearances from their employers, but
Yeah.
that's what we're preparing kids to be in the workforce. So obviously we would have adults there. We would have a job site coordinator there. So no, that would not be, safety is always our concern to
Yeah,
answer your question,
of course,
but
yeah.
that wouldn't prohibit us from teaching the kids what they need to know.
So we have a motion and a second on the table, right?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch, Dennis.
Next, we have a hearing for Valari liquor license. I'll make a motion to open up the hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam President, yeah, this is a hearing required by the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board. The applicant, Valari Restaurant, is seeking an economic development restaurant liquor license. This is not a transfer, but rather an economic development license, and it requires a public hearing, and then depending on the board and its feelings, after we hear from the applicants, action on the resolution is contained in your packet. So with that, and then if there's any questions of the applicant or the audience, this is a public hearing, but we'll start with a basic presentation. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you. For those who were not here at the last meeting, we are seeking for this economic development license. It's not transferable. It's not an asset. It stays with the restaurant. If it closes down, it's gone. It doesn't stay with the building. This board has passed this before for other companies, should I say, and we're just asking that we give Valari a fair shake to bring more business to the area, and also so that he can employ more people through this liquor license. What's that? I am Gina Loyak, Loyek, and this is Cesar Torres, and he is the owner of Valari. I'm just helping him out.
It's a pleasure.
And-
Welcome to the board. I met the people before. It's always a pleasure.
And again, it's not a transferable license, so it's with the property. And approval by the Pocono Township Board of Commissioners is just the first step. They still have to satisfy all the requirements of the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board.
Correct. And just to clarify, it's not with the property, it's with the restaurant itself, the
With the
LLC. So
restaurant,
if
with the
we sell the
business.
restaurant, it goes away.
The business itself, correct. Are there any questions from the board?
No.
Any questions from the public? Comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Trapazzo.
I'm sorry. I love this guy. But I'm curious.
Microphone.
I'm curious, what qualifies an economic development? Because we all have vested interest in our businesses. And if we bought like an ice cream shop on 611, what do we have to do to get that economic development?
You have to satisfy the requirements of the Liquor Control Board. I don't know the specific requirements, Vincent,
Well,
to
I'm
be
talking about
honest.
for here.
For
Yes.
here, he's applying for it, but now the first step is whether or not the township will allow it. That's what this is tonight. After that, it's all PCLB, and I understand that it's pretty difficult.
Okay.
Because they do monitor and regulate, as you know, as a business owner that has served spirits, there are a limited number of those licenses available. This is a way that a business can acquire a license without having to purchase it. But my understanding is the LCB is pretty draconian in its regulations.
Thank you.
Leo, is this the the technical term we used a couple months ago was the enterprise license, or is this the same thing?
Same thing.
Okay.
And I just will answer, Mr. Prohazio's question. This comes into play when the town cannot issue any more licenses. You do not have any more licenses. The only way somebody can get a license is to buy it for a lot of money. And this is a vehicle that is on the books and the law that says if we are bringing this economic growth to the community, we can do the process without purchasing that license, which even if you purchase a license, you still have to go through the background checks and everything for him to run. So it's kind of the same process. We're just bypassing the enormous amount of money that you're paying someone.
Any public comments?
And it's not an asset. Just want to make that clear. It's not an asset.
Is there any public comment?
Jim Pellegrini online.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I think fine dining in this area is definitely a plus, and to be able to go into the Weiss supermarket, buy a bottle of wine, and eat a bag of potato chips, I mean, it's kind of counterproductive or counterintuitive not to grant this man the ability, from at least our perspective, to go forward with. And Caesar, you might want to look. The old Amber Inn is up for sale. Maybe you need a bigger place.
I already told him that.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
I will say, if anybody's ever tried it, it is the best chicken farm in the county.
And it's
Yeah.
I've heard.
Valori when it was in Manhattan. I'm in New York.
Yeah.
Josh Knapp online. I also support what Jim said. Give this man the license. It's, or at least don't do anything that the township needs to, block it. Because we need it here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? So we close the hearing, right?
Motion to take the hearing.
Motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then we need a motion.
What I would do, Eleanor, is I noticed that there are two motions. I would just go right to a motion to pass resolution number 2026-01, which is in the commissioner's packet this evening, because that's really what they need.
I will move to approve resolution 2601, Valari Economic Development Restaurant Liquor License. Natasha seconded. Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online?
Excellent.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Gina, if you would,
so much.
Gina, if you would, tomorrow, Jared, you could have the resolution signed. And then you can pick it up tomorrow, the original you'll need for the LCB.
And I gave you that big packet with all the information that I need for, thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay. I'm going to separate this next one because there's some issues. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
These are with the changes that were discussed, right? These are the minutes that you had some changes to and they were amended, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll motion to approve the minutes from December 15th, regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
Do you have a second? I'll second that. Discussion?
Can we approve them if they haven't been made public with the changes? If they haven't been, have they been published with the changes?
Yeah,
They have?
they were
Okay.
put online.
Okay.
I assume that's what was handed out to, well, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was posted online as well.
Yeah. Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. The financial transactions, I think we need to wait to approve that further down the meeting because there are some other motions that may affect that. We can't, if we vote to reopen the budget, then we can't approve these without other motions. So I'm just gonna lay that on the table for later. I'll make a motion to lay that on the table for later. So if I can have a second.
It's January 5th, though. It's not future.
Yeah, it's through today.
Leo, do you have any thoughts on this?
Jared, the funds that are being spent, are they 2025 funds or do they include potential 2026 funds?
Both.
Then we'd have to separate the 2025 from the 2026. I think you can pass the 2025 items because they've already been approved, budget's been approved, and we've been operating that budget. The ones coming forward from the 1st to the 5th, if they're 2026 funds, then I think you have to segregate those numbers.
So we can do that. We can do it later.
Yeah, my question was, Leo, do we need to amend the agenda for this or just table it for now?
No, you can move to table it until the other motions involving the budget are discussed. What you want to do is a motion to move this item to, I believe, President Ganant's report, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
Right?
that
Right.
would be fine. That's
Okay.
the area. Yeah.
Yep. It should be done by motion.
I'll make a motion that we move financial transaction approval to my section of the comments. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I was just gonna say, I mean, if we approve this, if we did reopen the budget, could we just, not affect any of these transactions if there are budgetary changes? Like we just approve this and then, condition reopening the budget if that passes on not affecting this. Does that make sense?
I think so, but go ahead, Leo.
Well, I mean, it depends. Again, I don't know where that portion, the 2026 portion of the 619 is coming from. If that's something that's affected in the budget amendment, potentially affected in the budget amendment, then if you open the budget, you can't spend any money because, except for what I'll call ordinary course of business expenditures. You want your roads plowed. You want to pay your public works. You want your police out there doing their business. They're contractual, both union, but your electric bills, whatever. So the answer to your question, that was a long-winded way, Matt, of saying that you can, but you got to make sure that suddenly what's being applied in the 619, if that disappears, you can't spend it because you don't have it to spend. Does that make sense?
I want to remedy. I want to remedy that in the future motions that I'm going to make.
Okay.
I want us to pay the bills, but there's a process to do it, and that's all. I'm not saying don't pay the bills. We have to go through the process. That's what I'm saying. But
Okay, I'm good to go.
any public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I'm gonna make a motion to advertise for our 2026 meeting dates. We have them listed here, the usual, first and third Mondays at 6 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? It's a blanket advertisement, and when the holiday falls on a Monday, it's the following Tuesday. That works for everybody.
Did that, the reorg.
So we did it already?
We approved the meeting times. This is the motion to advertise the vote.
I'll second.
Discussion? Public comment? Online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion to accept the active fire, this one we did.
That we already did.
Natasha? You have anything?
I don't have much tonight. The only thing that I would like to discuss further, and it's not on my agenda, but it's not for debate tonight. I previously mentioned last year that I would like to have workshops to teach the public general information on the planning commission, ZHB, variances, special exceptions, because I think there's a very big disconnect because there's no education out there for people to know. So I would like to, as a board, start working with Paul and potentially Todd Weitzman from Zoning Hearing Board, the people who have the knowledge to put some workshops together, even if one a quarter, just so that it's open to the public from any township or municipality, but to come in and learn what a special exception is. So that's something that I'd like to do this year. And that's all.
I guess I'm up next here. I'd like to make a motion to reopen the 2026 budget for the purpose of considering amendments and possible restatement of the real estate tax levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
So what amendments are you looking to make, and what's the real estate tax levy?
I want to take a look at it again. From what our budget says, we're in a deficit. I don't know that we can necessarily afford a tax cut, but I'm not saying we can't. And apparently, Charles and Matt had looked at the budget, and I mean, Jared can confirm this. There were some mistakes or math errors or whatever in it that probably have to be fixed anyway. But I'm just saying I would like to open it and re-examine it, and we have to do that before February 15th. So I would like to reopen the budget to take another look at it. And these two gentlemen didn't have a say in it also.
Do you agree that there was mistakes everywhere? I said, do you agree that there was mistakes everywhere, or?
There was a formula error that made it look like we're in a deficit, but we're not. What was posted out front on the public view did not have the formula error, but the formula has been corrected.
So I think that this budget process was very opaque. I mean, the board said that it was advertised, but it wasn't in the normal places where it's generally advertised. It wasn't posted to Facebook. It wasn't on Savvy Citizen. At the time that the budget was originally being considered, there was very little communication with the public about it, other than on. Oh, and I believe the website was also in the process of changing over at the time, and so the calendar on the website wasn't working, at least not for me. I was someone who was following the meetings very closely and knew nothing about it. I know that Commissioner Gannett also, I believe, missed the second meeting because she didn't know that it was happening. So I think that in the interest of transparency for the public, especially with a tax cut on the table, and he says it's a formula error, but looking through everything, it does look like there is nearly a $2 million deficit in this budget. That is deeply concerning. Looking forward, especially as a new commissioner coming in, to provide a tax cut now, only to have to jack up taxes down the road to try to make up for money that we have to borrow, money that now won't be being reinvested in the township, will now be going towards paying off significant debts that we have to accrue because we decided to borrow instead of taxing at the rate we're currently taxing at. I think it would be irresponsible for us as a township, and so I think reopening the budget, inviting the public in, making sure that it is well advertised, making sure that, and I believe Commissioner Leap said as much, that nobody attended the meeting when we held the budget meeting, and they could say that's because there's a lack of interest, but I was interested and I missed it. So I definitely think there's interest here, especially with
lack of interest.
Well, you said that
I literally said that no one attended and it was advertised.
Well,
Yeah.
It was advertising.
Yep.
We proved that.
It was on the
So
front
you
door of the
think it's
building, and
okay,
we
but-
did not have a meeting the week before. That's where it was advertised. And I suppose what in the back of the Pocono Record as well, I guess. So I think that in the interest of transparency, in the interest of passing a budget that is responsible and responsibly stewards our taxpayers' money, I think that we should reopen this budget. I am of the opinion that the only reason this tax cut was pushed through was for political reasons. I don't believe that it was a responsible decision on the part of the township, and I think it deserves a second look by this board.
Any other comments from the board? Any public comment?
I'm confused. Do we have a $2 million deficit or do we have a surplus? We have a surplus. We don't have a $2 million deficit. Okay. And we're talking about pulling back a tax cut that we gave to Pocono Township residents? Well, I can't imagine that'll be a popular idea.
Hey, Jared, how much did you say when we met with Frank, how much did you say that tax cut would be for the average resident? What, $60 a year, $80 a year?
Around $80.
Okay, $80 a year. When we're comparing that to a potential, I mean, significant tax hike in the future, that's peanuts. $80 a year is nothing for the average taxpayer, but it's everything for the township here, especially if it's going to end up forcing us to jack up taxes again. And that money won't be going back into the township. It won't be going back into your roads. It will be going towards paying down our debts, because instead of taking money now and using it to invest in our infrastructure, we will be making repairs on bridges that we can't fix now that are going to be more expensive to repair in the future, and paying off loans that we take out to make these infrastructure improvements. I don't think that that's responsible.
Richard Wolobensky, Township Resident. I just want to make one statement very clear, Mr. Kepler. Ellen sat right there at the first meeting, when we all agreed to the second meeting. She had her phone out and put the date in her phone. Now, did I see her key it all in? But she agreed to the meeting. So she was informed and she didn't show up for whatever reason. I don't care about what reason she has, but she didn't show up. Thank you.
I just want to say, that very well may true that he said, she said, but
if she admitted
it,
let her admit it. Ask her. Were you at the first meeting on it?
I was at the first meeting.
Did we all agree to a date for the second meeting?
I don't remember that, but we may have, but I don't remember it.
Unfortunately, you forget a lot of things, though. Sorry to hear that.
I just want to say, regardless of that, no residents were at that meeting. I agree with Charles. I didn't know about the budget workshops either, because they weren't posted on Facebook. The regular meetings are posted on Facebook. Everyone is used to that at this point. Mr. Wilbitsky, you will attest that nobody else was at the meeting. And I think, maybe that's what was intended. I'm not sure, but I just want to say also, in terms of the budget, the 2026 projections for the general fund were off by 7 figures in multiple places of the budget. And then when we looked at the capital expenditures, there was also a 7-figure deficit showing that our treasurer, Frank, said should have been zeroed out. So there's multiple questions about the budget, and there's questions that have been asked that have yet to be answered. And I know people have been on vacation or whatever, but I think it's very fair to reopen it, allow everybody to come participate, not just 4 of the commissioners at the time, and invite public feedback, let the new board have a say as well, and then go from there. I'm not saying I'm going to support any changes, but it's very fair to reopen it and let everyone come and go from there. So that's where I'm at on that.
And just to be clear, Rich, right, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. I don't know. I'll say it did. But past practice was that we were always informed. Somebody wasn't at a meeting, we texted or called, and I was not offered that opportunity, and I was told tough luck. So
I would just say that a failure of people to attend the meeting does not demonstrate a failure of the public. I think to offload that responsibility to the public is just wrong. It's a failure of us. It's a failure of the township to communicate with the public. And, I want this board to do better going forward.
Any other discussion? Oh,
I'm sorry. I have a quick question. I'm really confused. I'm not a mathematician, but do we have a $2 million surplus?
no.
The projected fund balance at the end of 2026 would be $3.3 million.
Oh, surplus.
No, it's not
Extra.
surplus. No, we started with.
That's the fund balance is $3 million. Our current fund balance is what? 5-6 million, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
We're
And-
dipping
and-
into our reserves.
We're dipping, if we're dipping into our reserves, that's indicative of a deficit. You can call it whatever you want. But if we have this much money in our township savings account now, and we're going to have less money in our township savings account next year, that looks to me like a deficit. We're spending down the money that we should be saving to invest in infrastructure, and we're instead now spending it on an extravagant new town hall. And that's great. This town hall is lovely. But again, this isn't necessarily for the taxpayers, especially, with the gym equipment and things like that we've, been spending significant sums of money on here.
But the reason that it shows that it's such a large purchase this year is because the police wing is planned in it. Normally, it would not show that big of a purchase that we don't spend money on that we don't have, but we are taking out bonds to, fund the police wing.
But you're right. The loan is going to pay for the police department, but we're starting with, say, 7 million. Don't quote me on the numbers.
Yeah,
we're ending up with 5. We're depleting our reserves by $2 million. That means we're spending more than we're taking in this year, and that's not a good thing, especially to cut taxes when that's happening. It's just like if at home you spend more than you earned in your paycheck, you're dipping into your savings. How long can you do that?
Yeah, that is for all the wraparound financing as well. It's not just the police wing. It was the purchase of this building, Glenwood Hall, and the remodeling of this side.
And
Reopening the budget doesn't mean we're going to change it.
Oh no,
means
I'm
we're
not
gonna look at
disagreeing
it.
with
Yeah.
reopening the budget. I'm just trying to explain why it looks like it's a deficit. Because yes, we're spending more money this year than we usually do, but that's for the funding of the police wing.
I would also note that this is an old building. It's going to need work. It looks, it's got a fresh coat of paint on it, but this building is old. We have air handlers up on the roof that are dated. The roof may need to be, replaced in the next few years, or, there may be other work that needs to be done that we can't foresee now, to, again, come away depleting our general fund budget, when we're going to, when there may be unforeseen repairs here. There may be something that comes up with a local bridge in town. I've heard from the township engineer, there's a bridge in town that is due to be replaced in the next few years, or will need some significant maintenance in the next few years. To borrow to fund those things, that's going to fall far more heavily on the shoulders of our taxpayers than any kind of maintenance of the status quo as it is today.
Is there any public comment online?
Josh?
Yeah, I was just thinking, guys, fewer things are going to kill property values faster than a bankrupt township. And I know we're not like at the hairy edge that way, Jared, and I understand your accounting, but I really do support you guys taking another look at the budget. If you find out any other math errors or anything else, please be responsible. Thank you.
And we may not need to end up changing the tax cut. If we take a look at it, we open the books, everything ends up looking good, and we're able to iron out all these discrepancies, then great. And the public is still on board, then by all means. But I think it's important for the township that we do this, to make sure that we're being responsible stewards of your money.
Do you want to do a roll call, Jared, please?
Sure. Commissioner Lee?
No.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Aye.
President Ganant?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
Yeah.
Motion carried.
My next motion is, that I move that we adopt a resolution that Leo will be putting together, to provide for the temporary appropriations to authorize ordinary and necessary township expenditures beginning January 1st, 2026, and continuing until the adoption of the final budget, but in no event later than February 15th, 2026. Now, I just want to, oh, well, that's my motion if there's a second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
I just wanted to say in this will pay for everything, payroll, obviously, benefits and all that, day-to-day expenses, monthly contracts, everything, with the exception of capital improvements, which we will readdress in the budget. But I don't necessarily know that we need to make any capital improvements before February 15th. So I don't think it's going to hurt us.
I mean, the biggest thing was, and I'll talk about it. The biggest thing is just going to be, we're still waiting on the MEP drawings from the architect. But the biggest thing is just going to be going out for bid. So you're right, it's not going to affect any capital purchases.
Okay.
Does that include the purchase of our new police vehicles?
Yes, it will.
Well,
But
what is that?
we have police vehicles included in the capital budget. But if we have it fulfilled by February 15th, I would assume we'll be fine.
We could vote separately on that at the next meeting, right? I mean, Leo, is there any reason?
You're gonna need an approved budget. Well, except for the necessary expenditures. Capital expenditures are on hold until you get a new budget. I think it would defeat the purpose of trying to reconcile everything if you started spending and all of a sudden. That's my feeling. I think, you gotta be careful with that, Matt.
Any other discussion on that? Public comment? Anything online, Jerry? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Lee,
I lost the motion. It's the motion to what?
necessary and unnecessary expenses. So basically anything that's not including capital.
Pay bills in the interim while we do this.
Yes.
Vice Chair Long.
Sorry, before I vote, I just want to ask, so can we not amend this to include the new police cars, for instance? Why can't we amend it to include that?
You can, but where does it stop? That's a capital expenditure.
No, I understand. I think, the purpose of reopening the budget is not to stop the police from getting new vehicles, at least not from my perspective. So I'm wondering if Ellen would consider amending your motion.
Are these cars going to be purchased before February 15th?
We had one car planned for purchase before February 15th. The other two are waiting on a decision for a grant from.
Because those are desperately needed. I mean, I think everyone is maybe not everyone's in agreement, but those are very much needed.
I was planning to move forward with it tomorrow, but that's okay. I'll wait.
Would you consider amending it to add the one vehicle?
How much is it?
I believe we're talking about $120,000 completely upfit.
I'm all in agreement that the police vehicles should be purchased with the 2026 capital budget. However, everything's on hold as far as capital improvements. So are we going to pick and choose now between police, public works, what's needed? If you guys want time to review it and bring the public in for their input, then everything needs to stay on hold. That's what you're asking for, is it to be reopened, the public to have input, but now you want to pick and choose what you want to allow money to be spent on. That's not fair.
Well,
and that's fine. I only asked because I was going to start it tomorrow. It's on my agenda to move forward with our 2026 capital purchases for the police department. But I understand where we're at, and that's the only reason I asked.
I would still ask you to consider amending it to include the new vehicle. I understand what you're saying, but I mean, that's a high priority from my perspective.
Essential services.
Leo, what are you? Legally, where are we at?
I mean, again, it's your motion. Regardless, you're spending money without a budget. The capital expenditures as a whole concern me because that's what we specifically carved out. That's my concern. Ordinary operating expenses, I think everybody in this audience expects their roads to be plowed if it snows and expects the police to respond and expects township staff to show up and be responsive. So those are necessary common expenses. The chief indicated he was going to do it tomorrow, but it's not necessary that it be done tomorrow, right? It's not like if you don't do it tomorrow, you'll be without a car.
No, we're not that desperate, but the issue I have is that it takes quite a while to start the process before we can get a car up fit completely and on the road for service. And in the meantime, we have cars failing constantly because of excessive mileage and wear. And I believe we have 3 scheduled for purchase this year. This was discussed, I believe, when I first took over into this position about how in 2021, 5 vehicles were purchased and then nothing was purchased for 2 years. And we have to get on a regular purchase schedule to eliminate the fact or the need to purchase 5 or 6 or 7 vehicles in one shot. Or in my opinion, we're spending an excessive amount of maintenance on these vehicles because we're running them too long.
What is the total capital expenditures in the old budget for 2026? Double S.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, I just want to get some additional information on the floor, Matt.
$995.
$995,000.
Yep.
What's our total budget?
When you say total budget, you mean with the new building?
Total budget, yeah, whatever.
Overall summary of funds, 2026 revenues 27,673,474, expenditures 29,898,878.
So okay. Well, my point is, I mean, when I do this resolution, I understood it to be necessary expenses.
And that's how I.
Well, that's right. But now we're limiting it to $1 million out of a $27 million budget by saying we're just going to look at capital expenses. So I'm not sure what the board is attempting to do.
I don't know.
Call me a little slow at this hour, but I mean, I don't know.
I had originally excluded capital because I figured nothing had to be done within the first 30 days.
But the whole budget is really open. Once you open the budget, the whole budget's open to conversation and discussion.
Great.
Again, there's an expectation that certain things will continue to be provided. And I think if you eliminate that, but everything else should be on the table for discussion.
Yeah, I guess.
And I understand what you're saying, Matt, and I don't necessarily disagree, but you can't have your cake both ways. That becomes the problem. Either you're going to open the budget and look at the entire budget, absent current expenses. But if you start cutting, well, we're going to order a police car, capital expenditures, everything else we put on hold until we look at the budget. Everything else is going to be on hold too. I mean, I'm not sure.
I understand what you're saying. I'm still just in favor of approving the vehicle that, I mean, it's scheduled to be bought tomorrow. They were planning on it. So I still would, ask that we amended to add the vehicle. I don't think reopening the budget is going to affect that, which is my point. I don't think there's a majority here who are going to be against the at least one new police vehicle. They're desperately needed. So yeah. Before I vote, I just want to ask if Ellen would amend it to add the one vehicle.
as much as I want the police to have their vehicle, and they will get their vehicle, I don't think it's right if we're gonna, I don't think it's right. I mean, we will do this as quickly as we can. This February 15th would be the absolute last day. So it's a month from now, basically. Slows you down a month. Is that gonna put you in a horrible position or just
No,
favorable?
not me. I will ask Hutch 33 is where we make our purchase. They have one in stock. They have it on hold for me. I will ask them to hold it until at least April.
Oh, February 15th.
Okay.
So it'd be the second
February
meeting
15th.
for February.
Okay.
And if it's not done
It's
sooner,
sooner.
if it's not done sooner, right?
No later than
yeah,
February
thanks.
15th.
When does the county require the millage rate? Jared, do you know?
At the end of the year, whatever the budget's adopted at. So, we filled that out. I'll have to call Mona tomorrow
Yeah,
and let her know that there's going to be a possible change.
maybe a change. I mean, it's provided for in the first class code. You can look at it, it happens or can happen anytime there's a municipal election. So they should be aware of that. That should not be a surprise to them, but I would put them on notice so the tax bills don't go out.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple townships reopening the budget this
Right.
year.
Exactly. So they should be aware of that.
All right, I will vote aye on the motion. Sorry, that was a long aside, but I'll vote yes.
Aye.
Filling it in.
Yes.
Commissioner Blarty.
Yep.
Motion carried.
Okay, then to address what we laid on the table, I guess at this point, then we could pay everything except capital expenditures, right, Leo?
Yeah, I mean, you can make a motion and the resolution will provide that it started at the first of the year and you can ratify that at our next meeting. But yeah, you can make a motion to pay the bills from January 1 to January 5, assuming that there are no capital expenditures in those bills. Jared, I
There are
lean on
some,
you.
but
What are those? Have they been purchased or are we ratifying it or is this something?
The capital purchases are from 2025. There's no capital purchases Jan 1 through Jan 5.
Okay, so they're covered in the 2025 budget.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
I'm
was
okay with that, Ellen.
Okay. So then I'll make a motion that we pay the 2025 expenses and pay 2026 expenses according to the resolution with the exception of capital until we finalize the budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Public comment? Anybody online?
Wow, I thought that you'd passed on that. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Then I have a motion to advertise a budget workshop. A public budget workshop for the purpose of reviewing and discussing and possibly amending the 2026 budget. Relooking at the tax levy as soon as possible. And so that we have time, we need 10 days to put it out to the public. February 15th is a drop dead date. I'd like to do it before February 15th. So if we could, but we probably need 2 weeks to relook at the budget, right? You have to get answers, right? So everybody has answers to their questions. So can we meet? When can we do it? When's a good time for a workshop?
That works for me.
Wednesday? No.
I have a doctor's appointment on the 14th. Yeah, at 6 p.m. To the 22nd or the 19th, the 16th.
The 19th, we have a township meeting.
No,
We could do it prior to,
Oh,
or, sorry, the 20th, yeah.
Yeah, 20th is our meeting.
Anyone be opposed to doing the budget meeting before our regular scheduled meeting on the 20th? I think an hour is long enough and we can have a schedule a second one if we need to.
We're gonna be out of time though, I think. Unless we want to start it earlier. I don't know if anybody can make it earlier.
I can make it as early as 5.
I don't think it's enough time.
January 15th.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Next Thursday.
I have something that day, but I don't have to go.
Does that work for you? Or no? Does that work for you, Charles?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm good.
You good, Natasha?
Do you need me at the budget workshop, just so I know?
Oh, do we?
Sometimes Leo comes, sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, typically I haven't been to a budget workshop in
Oh.
7-8 years.
I don't.
I'm just asking for my schedule purposes, that's all.
6 p.m.
6.
Is it 5 or 6 is?
I prefer 5.
Yeah, I prefer 5. I think
15 to 5. So.
Okay. No, you don't have to attend.
Okay.
Aaron, another major concern I have is the hiring. Is that under the capital? Because we are well into.
Capital is, hiring is not part of capital. Capital is part of the general. So Leo, I assume it would be okay if it's not part of the capital. Because it is included in the general for the 2 officers.
Yeah, what's your timing, Jim?
Well, we're looking to for the next meeting. I was going to have it on
Yeah,
the agenda
Yeah.
for a conditional offer for 2 officers within the next week or so, and have it on the agenda for approval for the board, which would be what, the January 18th, Tuesday, the 20th.
Tuesday, 20th.
Again, I go back to the primary question, and that is, what is it that the board is anticipating reviewing as part of this process? Every time you do a carve out, that's one thing less that you could adjust, review, or comment on. So, but that's up to the board. I mean, you can do the carve out, but if you keep carving out.
Isn't that part of ongoing operations though? Sort of like your day-to-day, right? You need people to work. I don't.
Well, except that you're hiring 2 new officers and all the costs associated with that hiring. What if the board says we only need 1 officer?
Well, let's have the workshop on the 15th. He can put it on the agenda on the 19th, and if we have to table it on the 19th, we will.
That's fair.
We might just need 1 meeting on the 15th. We have a couple, we
Yeah,
might.
Yeah, hopefully.
And
Because
if we need a second, then, we can discuss it now.
Any public comment? Yeah.
Just so we're all on the same page, when it comes to this hiring, we spent a lot of time with the new process of lateral transfers, including the attorney fees associated with that. We also got 2 very good applicants that we also spent a lot of time and money, including the background, that are waiting, ready to go. And there is a large possibility if we let them know, hey, we're waiting now to the 15th because they want to be professional in the settings they're in now and give their 2-week notice and not burn any bridges. So if we're holding this off, there's a high probability that we lose 2 very good candidates for this position. We can last waiting on cars. We can make cars work. The fight to get good employees, good police officers is nationwide, and the prior board gave us latitude to make changes to give us that opportunity, and we took advantage of that. And because of the way the employees have been treated at our police department, we're getting guys from larger agencies that want to come and work for us. And everything that we did to create that and open that, by possibly putting that off, we're probably going to lose applicants. We're going to lose those two good guys. And I don't know the politics behind this or the reasons or anything outside of that. But if you make this decision not to move forward with these two guys, pending chief accepting their background, we did all that for nothing. And
I don't think that's our intent. That's not our intent.
I understand it, but that's what's going to happen. So whether it's the intent of causing it or not.
What do you mean that's going to happen? When would you actually hire them?
So the plan was to try to get it in front of you guys today. That just didn't work out with the background. So the next plan was on the 20th, get it in front of you for the approval and the swearing in at the same time, so that we can get them upfitted, which takes a little bit of time. But while they're getting upfitted, they're gonna be in-house doing in-house training with our policies and a ton of things they have to do before they can be on the road anyway. So we have guys waiting for that transition, and I think we're gonna lose those two good officers if we don't call them. If we call them, I guarantee they're listening to this right now. And everything that the prior board and the department has been working towards to creating an environment that employees want to come and work for us, this could start putting a hold on that. So I don't know legally. I understand.
No. I mean, the board can do it. They can carve it out, but you're not changing it once you do it.
Mhm.
You're making a decision tonight that you're hiring two new officers.
And these officers are replacing.
If you decide to carve that out, everything you carve out, you're going to have to, if you decide you only wanted one instead of two, you're going to have to let somebody go. And the optics of that, as Sergeant Rath is telling us, is probably not the best for the township.
Yeah, and these officers are replacing officers. We're not gaining.
That is correct.
We're replacing.
Right, then we're not hiring new. So to me, we're replacing people, so it's not even a hire.
Well, it's definitely a hire, but it's a carve out, and you're hiring them at whatever rate they're coming in at.
But we've always said we keep a complement of however many police, 20, 21, whatever you have now. And it doesn't increase the budget, right, Jared? It's always been budgeted for however many we have, not how many are actually here.
Generally, yes. I mean, last year we had somebody out on medical leave, so that it was adjusted due to that. But yes, the baseline is currently at what we're at. So what was in the budget was to bring it back to our normal operating officer regime. So these are not new. They are two new hires as people, yes, but it does not change our current complement.
The only other thing to consider is upfitting those officers. You're talking about carve outs. I don't know if that's.
No, I mean, you can do it, but just understand that you're opening the budget and you take that off the table. That's all. Recognize that that's what's being done. Every time you do a carve out, you're not touching that going forward, especially if you're hiring two new officers.
Yeah. Lose two candidates.
No.
Did you say they're already employed? They're not unemployed looking for employment, right? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that they would disappear if we made them wait another?
So there's two reasons. The one reason is the one is unemployed because he put his 2 weeks notice in already. So as of the second, and he banked on himself, and that was a decision he made. I would not have done that. But he's a great candidate. Extremely impressive coming from a larger department to us because of the atmosphere that we provide to our employees inside the department and outside the department with you guys. And this situation is the exact opposite of that. I understand you're not meaning to, but to them as new incoming employees, that's how they're going to see it. And that's part of the transition is what the township offers its employees.
And I don't think anybody here wants to stop that. So
now if we have to carve it out,
my motion to allow for the new hires that were discussed.
So does Public Works get theirs as well?
Do we have any?
Pat has a motion on his agenda for.
Mine's a little bit different. I have a part-time employee right now that I'm recommending for the full-time position.
I mean, if you were planning on next meeting, I think we can address this next meeting, right? So let's.
Well, we have to carve it out in this motion. So, well, your guy is already here.
Correct. In a part-time fashion, and it creates problems in particular in the winter with overtime and plowing and availability by the CBA part-time definition.
How many other employees are we expecting? Or is that the 2 police officers and one road crew?
Just this road crew who's currently a part-time, I hired in September, who I want to promote to full-time.
I myself would carve that out based on the fact that we need people to operate. I mean, to me, that's a necessary, just like paying the electric bill.
And they're replacing.
Right. So I'll amend my motion to, and we'll have to amend the resolution to include new hires that were anticipated for this year, the 3 new hires.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I have a second for that.
Second.
Any public comment? Anybody online, Jerry? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Motion to schedule a workshop in January to consider changes to the manager's ordinance, various policies, commissioners' bylaws, and possibly a code of conduct and a social media policy and any other policy that needs to be adjusted. I just think we need a workshop to, like the minutes, right, and the agenda. We need to solidify how we handle that, so we're not driving the employees crazy. If you want to postpone that till next time, we could do that too.
I think with the budget, maybe we don't want to go overboard scheduling meetings, because if we have to schedule another one on the budget, maybe we want to try to leave some open calendar days until that's addressed.
All right, then I will rescind my motion.
I'm interested in what the code of conduct and the social media policy entail that you're proposing.
Did you want to discuss it now? I can tell you.
So I mean, if we're going to schedule a workshop about it, it was on the agenda for tonight, and then there's people here that may be interested.
Sure, I'll tell you. Yep. So professional code of conduct. I think professionals have them. I think you have them, Natasha, as a realtor. I have it as a CPA. Leo has it. John probably has it. And I think this board, we need to be more respectful, and we can do that on our own, or we can have a policy that we need to follow. I was hoping we could do it on our own, but a lot of times there's been negative comments said to the public, nasty tones, and I don't think that's what we're here for. That's personal comments belong before or after the meeting, not during the meeting. And that's kind of what the code of conduct was, just proper behavior, which anybody shouldn't even have a problem with. Okay. No different than our own professional codes, similar to that. And then the social media policy. I want to just come up with a policy. In the past, I think employees have been put in a position where some commissioners have told them to do something and they did it, and then other commissioners got upset. I just want to have a social media policy, and if there's something going to be posted that's allegedly from us, then the commissioners, then we should all be aware of it before see what's going to be posted, and as a board approve it
So social media policy pertaining to the township website only, or the township Facebook only?
Facebook and website, yeah. I mean, the website's pretty standard, but yeah. I mean, we might as well just cover it and be done with it. And then we could, the agenda thing. I mean, I don't list them all here, but various policies and Jared, personnel policy, we probably need to update. We do have one, but so I think we should take a look at all our policies. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Public comment? Anybody online?
You rescinded your motion, right?
Oh, I did?
Motion to table.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
She just
Okay.
asked for more context.
Okay, never mind.
Do you want me just to add this to your report for the next
Sure.
meeting?
Public comment online or no? No comments?
No, there's no motion on the table.
Thank you.
I won't make this a motion, but just for discussion, we can put it on next time. If we want it, just to think about, do we want to have regularly scheduled workshops? I mean, there's a lot of stuff we need to do now. So that might be regular in the beginning and then we might not need them every other week, but it would, I think it would help. We used to do it years ago and we made our agenda at the workshop. And then we all knew what was on it. And then it was, easier, but just food for thought.
A lot of other townships do it, and I know it's an extra meeting every month, but I think in the interest of public transparency, making sure that we have the opportunity to discuss these things, and we're not keeping people here to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I think it makes a lot of sense to start holding regularly, scheduled workshops so that we can hash this stuff out so it doesn't drag out to all hours of the night for people, because having something as under the township solicitor's report and you wanted to talk about that and you end up waiting here till 11 o'clock at night, nobody wants to have to deal with that.
The only thing that I have a request on is I'm all for the workshops. However, the way that our workshops are scheduled now is there's no requirement for minutes. So if we're going to have workshops, I think that we should make it a policy that minutes are done and recordings, because it's not fair to the public if they're not able to get to the workshop where we discuss it. We're going to be voting blind on a Monday night and the public doesn't have any information on it.
Yeah, I would say live stream them just like we do the regular meetings, make sure that they are as open as a regular meeting for people.
Yeah, they are.
They are, yeah. But I want meeting minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. And real quick, any update on the solar field?
Just quickly, we did inspect them before the holidays. As I had said before, they're shut down. Everything was working properly. We finally found out why they were shut down. They've been delayed in getting posts to put in more solar panels. They don't expect to get those, I think, until mid-January sometime or something. So yeah, the short story is, and we are meeting out again this coming Friday with the Conservation District just to make sure everything is still working properly.
Thank you. And then, do we have anything more, and this is for anybody who can answer it, on the warehouse, like their blasting schedule, when that's gonna start, or?
Yep, I just spoke with Jeff Durney today. In regards, we had that meeting before Christmas with some concerned property owners. I will be sending an email out with the maps after this meeting. But one of the questions was the two rock walls. One is said to be disturbed. One is not. Like I said, I'll forward that email out with the maps from 4 or 5. As far as the pipe questions that we had go, it will be an 8-inch sewer pipe and an 18-inch stormwater pipe. And they do plan to start blasting on the 8th.
The 8th. Are they obligated to post that they're blasting? Or give the people schedules of when it's gonna happen? How do the people know?
So that That's regulated through the DEP. Years ago, we tried to do our own blasting ordinance and it was ruled defective. So, Paul, John, I don't.
Does the DEP require notification?
I mean, I can check on that for you tomorrow morning and let you know, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah, if you would, please. Yeah.
To my knowledge, I think it was just that initial kind of notice that they sent out about the kind of inspections. But again, John would probably have a better idea.
Okay.
Alan, if I'm allowed to speak, they sent us a letter with the whole thing for the Grimrock inspection thing, that they would be sending out, they would be mailing us the blasting schedule. And the water test, we get copies of the water test.
Thank you. So John's going to look into the blasting, and then I don't know if you want to ask them the water test, or if that's something you want to ask them, Jared.
I'm just saying that's what they told me. And the letter I said that they would be notifying us by mail of the blast.
Thank you. Mike?
Oh. Okay. Let's consider declaring Pocono Township a Second Amendment sanctuary township. Just something to rattle around in your brains. On the chicken subject, let's treat the issue like the food truck ordinance. We don't need that one either. As long as you satisfy the sanitation requirements, you can have all the chickens and roosters you want. And if your neighbors don't like it, they can buy earplugs.
Who sets the sanitation requirements out of curiosity? Where would that be covered?
County.
Under the county?
Yeah.
Yeah. County Conservation District handles the sanitary manure plans.
And here's something I brought up a couple months ago that, well, there was a lot less people here last time I brought this up, so I figured it'd be worthwhile tonight. I want you all to think about this. In order to ensure a fair gubernatorial and U.S. Senate election, Pennsylvania should adopt an electoral college system where every county gets one vote. There's 67 counties, never have a tie. And this way, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh don't decide who our governor is, and they don't decide who our U.S. senators are. Okay? This would give the rural counties equal say, along with Allegheny County and Philadelphia County and Chester County, and even down in Dauphin County where Harrisburg is, because they're deciding who our governor is. We don't have a whole lot of say in it. So if we had an electoral college system, like the way we elect our president, everybody gets a fair shake, and everybody gets their voice heard, and the red counties won't be dismissed. So what I encourage you all to do is contact Representative Madden, well, she's right here, and Rosemary Brown, and voice your opinion. And let's see if we can get something started with this, because it's really been a bug in my craw for a while. And I'll give you their phone numbers. You can ask me after the meeting if you're awake. And one last thing, mice die in the trap because they don't understand why the cheese is free. Happy New Year.
Don't call me. I'm against it. I want to abolish the electoral college and presidential election.
I thought you would, but you know.
This is where I'm a Democrat and you're a Republican.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But hey,
but I still like mice.
What's that?
I still like you.
That's okay. You're my hero.
I'm with Maureen.
Matt?
Voice no love.
You good, Mike? You're done? The first thing I want to do is, in order to, first of all, right now we do not allow the recommended time to speak on an agenda item at a meeting, believe it or not. The 3 minutes at the outset of meetings is restricted to only non-agenda items. PSATS recommends allowing residents at least 3 minutes to speak on agenda items. Right now you only have one. It used to be 5. We went from 5 to 1. So all I want to do is make a motion to adjust public comment policy to allow 3 minutes for both agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of meetings. And if there's any questions from anyone, happy to answer it. But I don't think anyone should be restricted in what they say at the beginning of a meeting to the board. I welcome input on agenda and non-agenda items, and I want to hear from the residents.
Is that motion on the table? Can I second it?
Sure.
Second.
Discussion?
Do you leave the public comment open as well for during the motions that we open it up for a minute for each person?
Yes, you'll get 3 minutes before the board deliberates, and then you'll get a minute to respond to the board after hearing them deliberate.
I think this is a good idea. I know when I was a member of the public, a lot of times I would see things on the agenda. I would come hoping to comment on them, and then they would be tabled, and I wouldn't be able to make a comment. I'd end up sitting till 10 o'clock at night, intending to, well, make my voice heard, and would not be able to. And that's very discouraging for a resident to want to say something and to not be able to not make their voice heard, and then to potentially have to come back to the next meeting and then sit till 8 or 9 o'clock again just to try to get their voice heard. Especially because we don't allow you to comment on non-agenda items or agenda items at the beginning. So I think that this is a much needed change. That we changed the policy, or the policy was changed before we were seated. It's been going for a few months now. I do think it's valuable giving people the opportunity to speak on individual agenda items. I think that was a welcome change. But I think it should include things that are not being voted on as well. If it's on the agenda, you should have the opportunity to comment on it if you'd like to.
Anything else? Any public comment? Cheryl?
Hi guys, I think we got kind of ripped off by going back to the 3-minute thing and the 1 minute. And I would like to ask the board to consider giving us the 3-minute thing is probably okay, but another 3 minutes at the end for comment, because there's been a lot of times here when I personally have been like attacked by somebody else, and there's no time, you can't even rebut it until the next meeting. And I think we should be able to have public comment at the end again too. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anybody online?
Jim Pellegrini, Swiftwater. I'm for the 3 minute, and I do like the idea of something towards the end of the meeting, as that lady had stated. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
The next thing I want to do to ensure local control and protect residential areas as well as environmentally sensitive areas, I want to make a motion to authorize our engineer to draft a strong data center ordinance.
Our engineer or Leah?
So John actually worked on one in Smithfield recently, which I think is very well put together. So I'd like to authorize John to draft it, modeling Smithfield's essentially, and also, I know they've worked with the Planning Commission as well on something already. So I think he's well equipped to handle it.
I'll second that. How do you feel about that, John?
No, I can do it. I think we do have a very good start because we did it in Smithfield Township. I think your interests are well aligned with theirs. I'm going to need some input though, as to, we do have to provide it. We should talk about where we would permit it. That type of thing that I'm going to need some input from the board, but I can certainly get the backbone together and circulated for your consideration. And then I think once we do that, then we can talk about where.
Jared, there's an overlay that was worked on with the Planning Commission, correct? Can we send that to John?
Yes, John has it. That was part of the enterprise overlay district, is where the data centers would
Well, then, yeah, okay, I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, it would
and-
be permitted. I mean, Amy has all that stuff.
Yep.
Yep.
We could discuss it more.
And we also have the sample ordinance that we had received from Penn Futures as well.
I think we've looked at that when we were
Yes.
looking at Smithfield, but I'll take a look at all that and
it was pretty similar to what we had come up with, but you know, in the planning commission workshops, Bridget from Penn Futures had been very helpful.
Are we gonna have a workshop then after the ordinance is drafted for public input, like the other ones?
Yeah, I mean, it would be an ordinance, so it'd just be a public hearing.
But the other ones are ordinances too, and we're opening them up for workshops and stuff. That's what I was asking.
That's up to you guys.
So now, Matt, are you aiming to not allow data centers, or are you aiming to?
We can't. You got to provide.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, this is just to provide strong buffers between environmentally sensitive areas and residential areas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So it was seconded, right? You seconded it. Is there?
Public comment?
Yeah, we can look at that.
Didn't we do
I'm sorry.
that though?
Yeah.
When you rezone, aren't data centers off the table now?
Well, data centers can't completely be off table with the municipal planning code, but within the enterprise overlay district, it isn't. Pocono Manor is not part of that either. We have a very limited amount of enterprise overlay zones, you know, warehouse zones, and they are a challenge at that, just because of the topography and the wetlands within Pocono Township.
And the other thing a data center needs is access to the power grid.
Yeah.
So we have to take a look at that as well. If we were to put it where there's no power, and this is getting into Leo's area, but we might be able to be challenged on something like that.
Correct.
Well, a lot of them are making their own power now.
Yeah. Very loud. Any other public comment?
Chris Scrape Garvey, and then the hat I'm wearing for this is my role with Pocono Heritage Land Trust, because I thought data centers were off the table. But you're saying
You can't restrict data centers from being built in Pocono Township, but you can provide strong buffers and strong local control as much as possible without excluding them. So that's what we're trying to draft as strong as possible, within the law to allow them to be built, but provide the board strong control, especially again regarding environmental areas and residential areas.
yeah, because we're very concerned about it, the resources that are used, the water, the clean water, the land. We've been involved in, this came up in Clifton Township, Covington Township, of course, Toby Hanna, and we're very concerned.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it first meeting. I know it's a long meeting, but I wanted to get the ball rolling and at least authorize him to draft something so we can move on it quickly.
Yeah, so we appreciate any safeguards you can put in place to protect.
It hasn't passed yet. So.
Yeah, the beauty and the resources of our Poconos and Pocono Township. So, because we're very concerned. Thank you.
From a positive standpoint of where anyone sits on data centers, PP&L has decided to go on their planned substation. So they will not be moving forward with that in Pocono Township, which would make it even harder for a data center to come through.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment?
Online?
Just a minute. We have someone at the podium.
Frank Riley, Township resident. Yeah, data centers, I think definitely you need to have a workshop for that, because some people may see things that not everybody sees, some things may need to be pointed out. So I would like to have a workshop on that.
And anyone online?
Hey, Jim Pellegrini, is there anyone else?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, data centers are a flashpoint, and John will tell you that if he's involved in the drafting of anything. And give yourself some time, have your workshops, and like Matt is alluding, you really can't say no, but you can make it really difficult. And Jared, it's nice that they're not providing the power that may be necessary for it. But I went to a meeting, I think it was in Covington, and it was packed out the building. So just take your time on this one.
Thank you. Any other comment? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right, so the next thing, it's worded a little differently on the agenda. Leo has advised that it's still within the scope of the agenda item, so I think there's no issue, but basically what I want to do is make a motion to authorize the solicitor and zoning code office to draft a hotel, motel, and inn annual inspection and licensing ordinance to address health, safety, and welfare issues. Paul, I think, could speak to some of the complaints they've gotten. The main concerns, a lot of townships do this. I mean, most, and inspections for mold, bed bugs, lighting, sufficient locks, water. Paul could elaborate even more, I think, if anyone wants to, ask him about it. Or Paul, you want to say something?
Yes, I think the kind of idea behind the ordinance would be to address some of the concerns with hotels and motels that aren't keeping up to the standard that the township believes they should be. Again, either mold, bugs, life safety issues like means of egress, things that may not be captured under some of our current ordinances to kind of give us more teeth in the zoning office to take care of those issues.
Now, Paul, does the state do hotel and motel inspections?
So I don't know to the extent to what they do. We did kind of discuss
I
potential.
spent 5 years working for the Department of Community Affairs in New Jersey as a hotel and motel inspector. The code book wasn't very thick, but it was very strict. And if you want, I could maybe get a copy of it.
Definitely, I think that.
And you maybe you can adopt it or adapt it, rather. I should have said adapt it. Because I got pictures, man. I showed you some of the pictures of hotel and motel nightmares, and I'll see if I can't snag a copy of the hotel with multiple dwelling code, and maybe we can pirate it. I mean, adapt it.
One of the other things we kind of discussed would be to put in regulations that if there are items that are regulated outside by either the county or state level, let them take care of that, and then we would address the things that are not taken care of.
In New Jersey, the state inspectors, we had parameter. Okay, there's certain stuff that the town wanted to have, and then we handled the uglies that they didn't want. But I'll see if I can't snag a copy of that.
Thank you.
So
Share it.
why do we want to do this exactly?
Do
we want to
address-
over-regulate?
No, to address health, safety, and welfare issues. I mean,
For where?
for hotels.
But
Again,
there's a difference between motel and hotel. A complete difference.
Yeah, so
And
the way the one that we were looking at works is it's a random sampling. So, if you go to a motel and there's issues with the ones you do sample, then you expand that to, look at most or maybe all units, depending on how bad it is. You go to the Swiftwater, for example, I'm sure you won't need to do that because everything is in better shape. No offense to anybody else, but
so how much is this going to cost the business owner?
so
Or is the taxpayer
So this
to pay for it?
No. This would be a fee, just like the Airbnb fee that you guys raised from 500 to 25 for Airbnb owners. This would be a fee for hotel owners, annual licensing, just like Airbnb. And initially, that was the thought, was to adjust the definition of a TDU to incorporate hotels and motels, which other townships do. But Leo and zoning advised that it would be simpler to do a standalone ordinance for annual licensing just for hotels and motels.
So is this going to generate revenue for the township, or is this going to upset the business owners?
No, it's just you can't do a tax. You can only do a fee to recover costs associated with, inspection and administration, just like the Airbnb fee.
Wait, are there numerous complaints throughout the township regarding hotels and motels in the township that's prompting this?
We do have kind of repeat offenders, the casino motel down on 611.
Again, hotel motel, huge difference.
Yeah, so one of the things we want to capture is to make sure that everyone is kind of treated equally. So we're not picking and choosing who we're enforcing on. So the ordinance would kind of capture all hotel motels because they are addressed the same under the zoning ordinance. They're under one definition, hotel motel.
So we're just gonna ordinance everything now and more government? It's crazy.
Can I speak for a moment?
Yes.
I would think that reviews online would kind of focus on where you should be looking. Like if you got a repeat offender, you probably want to take a look at that, but I don't, they're going to get penalized by people not going. See, what we rely on are reviews for people to come to us. That's kind of what we rely on. And I'm confused by this high volume statement here. What's that about? Am I misreading something?
Well, so the motion was amended. That's what I said. I was advised to change the language. So initially we were going to adjust the definition of TDU under the TDU ordinance to include high volume lodging facilities, including hotels and motels. But now we're just doing a standalone annual licensing ordinance for hotels, motels, and
For Board of Health kind of stuff?
So this is to address health, safety, and
In
welfare.
New Jersey, we have the Board of Health.
It's to ensure.
We have the Department of Agriculture here. So they come in.
Well, in New Jersey, the hotel and motel and multiple dwelling inspection agency handles 3 families and up and hotels and motels. And I inspected everywhere from Patterson to the really, really nice ones in Morristown. And it's all about fire safety and health and smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors.
Well, to that point, Mike, that's a great point. We invite the fire department in a couple of times a year to have kind of like a fire drill where they come in and they go through the whole place and they check out the exits, they check out the elevators, they check off the lock box, they check out everything.
That's what I did in Jersey.
How much, so hypothetically, speaking hypothetically, how much would it cost Mr. Spazzo for his initial license and inspections of the Swiftwater, and then God forbid he failed, what are the fees then associated with the rest of the inspections?
That would have to be worked out by whoever. I didn't make the laws. I just did the inspection.
Yeah, so the one we looked at, it was a small township, Tinicum Township. We looked at which charges a $100 base fee and a $25 per room fee. But they're much lower than our Airbnb fee is $2,500. So I think we're going to have to look at all of that. This is just to authorize the drafting of something, and I think Paul can work on that and give us a proposal, and the board can have input on that as well.
If I may, I have 2 separate things. Dr. Chapasso. First of all, if you're looking at a branded hotel, they're going to have all these regulations. You would not even be able to fly a flag with Hilton, Marriott, any of these brands. Even the lowest end brands are going to require all of these things. So you're kind of isolating to independent hotels, which we fall under, and let's say the casino motel falls under. I mean, you said it yourself. You use us as an example of what we wouldn't want to do. So now we're going to have to pay 25. I'm assuming it's going to be 2,500 plus. Why not just target if there's a formal complaint filed, then you just do that one? Because
Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that would be legal. Just like we couldn't do an ordinance to address 2 specific Airbnbs, we have to have annual licensing for all Airbnbs. So it's the same thing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. Okay.
All right. But if there's repeat issues regarding zoning and health and safety and welfare at a specific property, you can investigate that further without an ordinance, can't you?
So if it falls under the a ordinance that is under zoning or property maintenance, for example, bed bugs, kind of mold, things like that aren't regulated under the property maintenance ordinance. Where again, what Mike was saying, kind of the life safety annual inspections for fire sprinklers, potable fire extinguishers, objects like that aren't regulated under the building code or zoning or property maintenance, just to verify that those are being addressed and kept up to date.
Wouldn't that fall under commercial and the Knox box ordinance and the inspections regarding the Knox box? Correct me if I'm wrong.
The
Yeah.
Knox box is just for the access box on the outside of the building. It's a kind of one-time thing.
Yeah, but there was a fire code that was discussed regarding the smoke detectors and the fire suppression because there was a whole meeting about it.
Yes, so the definitions are in the commercial building code, but the actual inspections or annual inspections for those items are not addressed under the commercial building code. They're actually addressed under the fire code, which Pocono Township or Pennsylvania has not adopted.
The object of this is not to burden hotel motel owners, but it's to inspect to ensure that somebody who is booking a room at an establishment has an expectation that it will be sanitary, that the sprinkler system is operable, that, rear entrance doors are not chained, to prevent people from coming and going, and truly health, safety, and welfare. You get into a big resort, Great Wolf, by way of example, not every room is going to be inspected. It's going to be random rooms. Certainly, if there's a problem, that would be looked at. But the object here is purely to provide for something that is safe and healthy. Zoning and codes have gotten complaints about certain establishments. I would anticipate that if I go to a brand or an independent but higher end hotel, you're not going to have any issues. I mean, again, not putting any definitive numbers. We haven't discussed those, but we're looking probably at $1,000 initial fee, $25 a room, random rooms. No, I'm not talking about 300 rooms, Natasha. I'm talking about, 8 rooms, random perhaps. You're looking at 1,000 to 2,000 just to protect the public coming to the Poconos.
And I can appreciate that and understand that safety is the utmost importance. However, it kind of seems like we're digging our hands into business that we don't belong in. It's not our job to ensure that someone coming to check in at the Swiftwater is going to be comfortable.
All due respect, I think it's our responsible to protect the health and well-being of anybody coming to stay in the Poconos. I'm frankly surprised to hear that there are complaints to our zoning board about hotels because these people are coming and they're leaving. I'm surprised there are people filing complaints. You turn over a rock, you never know what you're going to find. I think I've taken a lot of budget vacations in my life. I've stayed at some very seedy hotels. Some very gross hotels because that's all I could afford to do. I think enforcing some base level standards for these hotels here in the Poconos makes a whole lot of sense. Because the last thing and the other issue is, we see hotels degrading into blight around our township. If these hotels are allowed to degrade to such a point where people stop going to them, they just turn into blight. So if we enforce some basic standards on them, they either have to keep it up to that standard or sell it to somebody who's going to, because that should be absolutely be the expectation. Because we don't want these hotels falling apart in our township, and we don't want people getting sick because they go home and they find out that they've been breathing mold all weekend and they don't think to call the township to report the hotel. I do think it is absolutely the township's responsibility and well within our purview to put some basic requirements on the establishments within the township.
There are basic requirements and it's overreach.
Discussion. So I want to address the point you made about safety, like exit doors not being chained and things like that. We don't have an overall inspection in the state of Pennsylvania, but the fire and safety of a hotel is supposed to be done locally by your fire marshals and your chiefs under the Uniform Construction Code. The Department of Agriculture tests for the safety of the food and the conditions in the kitchen. And then any complaints by workers are, as Patrick knows, because he's training, are investigated through OSHA. So while we don't have an overall inspection process like Mike talked about, we do have things in state law that protect hotels. What I think Commissioner Long is talking about is inspecting to make sure they're clean, there's no mold. So you will all have to hire health inspectors, you'll have to train them. And so, so that would be a line item in your budget, right? To do that.
Well, we covered by the fee. That's the point of the fee.
So tax the businesses, that's the plan.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I'm not at all in favor of arbitrarily taxing people to come in and see if their rooms are clean. I can't imagine that would be a popular thing with either Mr. Trapasso or the guy that owns the Motel 6. We're telling you that we're gonna charge you to come inspect your rooms. I don't see how that's fair at all.
What, we're gonna make the taxpayers pay for it? No. Yeah, of course we're gonna make him pay for it.
You're creating a law in which you're going to charge people to come and look and see if their rooms are clean.
Yeah, so we don't have people getting sick in our township.
Okay, because there's been an excessive amount of complaints about people coming to Pocono Township.
We don't know
staying in
because they
our
come and they
hotels.
leave, Representative Madden. They visit here and they're gonna stop visiting if they're getting sick and we're not enforcing some basic standards. Paul said that we've been getting complaints. I think that that's reason enough to start, again, turning some rocks over and seeing what's going on. Because if we just let this continue to fester, it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah.
We're getting more and more hotels. We're getting more and more of these, these smaller operations opening up. Everybody wants to open a hotel next to their restaurant now, just so that they can, benefit from, these LERTAs and things like, well, not in Pocono Township, but everybody wants to attach a hotel to their restaurant these days. I think it's
Cutler, and it sounds like you're running a really anti-business.
I think I'm running a very responsible business.
It's not a debate.
This is a very standard thing that a lot of townships do to ensure health, safety, and wellness. It's not that controversial, and I don't see why we wouldn't guarantee that there's no mold in a hotel room to people coming into Pocono Township.
Are we going to do full inspections and guarantee that there's no mold? Because if you're going to sit here and say we're going to guarantee there's no mold, you're going to open us up for liability.
No, it's an
There's mold that
annual.
can't be seen sometimes.
It's an annual license, just like Airbnbs have to do, and it's a random sampling. If there's no issues in the rooms that are sampled, this is how it works in the townships with ordinances that I've seen. If there's no issues, then they don't proceed to the rest of the rooms. If there are issues,
The mold is behind a wall.
So are we going to have mold inspectors who are certified in the state of Pennsylvania with proper equipment to see if there's mold?
this is just to authorize a draft. This isn't. This is just so that our zoning officer, who said that there's been complaints, to draft something. And if you don't want to ensure health, safety, and wellness to people, then you can vote against it. I respect your perspective completely, and I respect the perspective of the audience as well.
Paul, could you walk through for
Chris,
the commission?
Chris wants to say something. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Board, if I may pose a question, sir, are you the codes officer?
I'm a zoning administrator and I'm certified in residential and commercial building inspector.
Madam Chairman, if I may just have a question. Approximately 22 million people visit this county every year. There are thousands and thousands of hotel rooms sold within every month. How many complaints would you say you got last year in 25?
Last year, the people that came forward, I would say roughly 20 or so incidents. Those would be people who came to the township and knew to contact zoning to have questions. And again, unfortunately, because of the zoning ordinance doesn't have some of these regulations, we have to turn them away. And that causes kind of confusion and some people may look into who is responsible for this. They may Google it and it says, hey, Monroe County doesn't have a health inspector. There's no kind of health inspecting of these kind of issues.
Just one general, if I may, Madam Chairman, just make two comments. Number one is, I think everybody in our business wants to operate as safe as possible. I mean, I think what you're saying, the heart of it is good. However, the other thing I would say is that we live on data, and I can tell you that our revisitation rate is over 65, sometimes 75%. So people would not continue to be revisiting us if our properties weren't up to snuff. Not to say that there aren't some out there that may not be, but our visitation rate is incredibly high. And I'm happy to hear you say that you want to support business. This doesn't sound like we're supporting business. We have to continue to levy fees, for inspections and do other things. It's not business friendly. I mean, these guys are overregulated the way it is.
How is the Pocono Mountain Visitors Bureau funded? Just out of curiosity, how do you guys get money from the county?
It's a hotel tax.
Okay, thank you.
So why are you posing that question, Madam Chairman, if I may ask?
Well, because you're up here opposing what is essentially a tax to, regulate the business, but your organization, your salary is paid by a tax on businesses that goes to your organization to incentivize more hotels to come here and open up.
Do you know how much of the township's budget is paid by those properties? Do you have any idea? The real estate taxes?
Enlighten me.
It's over 30%.
Okay.
I rest my case.
Any other public comment? Anyone online? Roll call, please.
Was a motion even made
I thought.
with a second?
A while ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was second.
I thought it was, are you sure?
No,
It wasn't.
No, what?
There was no
No,
motion
Matt
made.
made a motion. There was no second.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, is there a second? Do I need to make it again? Okay, second. And do a roll call vote?
Yes, please. Second. Roll call.
Charles. Commissioner Lee?
No.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
President Gannett?
Yes, only to see what it looks like. Not a final commitment.
Commissioner Velarde?
No.
Motion carries.
All right. Did not think that would be the controversial one, but here we are. So a large part of the Pocono Township budget is for the police. It's roughly half. The cost is borne by the taxpayers, even though we have the same few disproportionate police users, namely Camelback, Great Wolf, and the crossings. So this is to, again, we're limited as a township in what we can do. We can't levy a hotel tax like the county and state do, even though we bear the cost of, enforcing a lot of the tourism. Our police department, we're very proud of. They do a lot of great work, but taxpayers bear the cost. We can't do a hotel tax. So this, what we can do as a township is recover specific costs related with disproportionate service users. So this motion is to authorize our solicitor to draft a police cost recovery ordinance, just like Easton does. That's the one that we've been looking at. And it would, just be, again, this is to draft an ordinance to recover the costs associated with the disproportionate police users, again, namely Camelback, Great Wolf, and the crossings are the top three. They are a huge user of our police. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize our solicitor to draft a police cost recovery ordinance modeled after the Easton one that we've looked at.
Would you consider adding to that the volunteer fire company? They're out on calls and they use an extraordinary amount of materials, whether it be fire suppressants or whatever, seeking to recoup those costs. I know other municipalities do that. I mean, if you get police, that's fine.
If we include that in the draft, we could always amend
I'm
it.
just saying, would you consider that or not? It's just a thought.
Yeah, from my perspective, I mean, I'm open to it. I'm curious what the rest of the board says. The police is a huge part of our budget and is part of the reason why we have an over $2 million projected deficit for 2026. Right now, we have over $7 million in the general fund. We have over $2 million deficit for 2026. We can operate at this pace for about 3 years. And again, large part of the budget is the police. This is the biggest proposal on my agenda, to be honest, because the police costs are huge. It's over half of our budget. So I'm open to including the fire. I'm curious what the rest of the board thinks, I guess, before entertaining a possible second on my agenda.
I
like motion.
I like the idea of the fire. I think we've seen the police budget ballooning in the last few years. I think it's up by like $2 million in just the last couple of years. And I think a large part of it is because of the ballooning tourism we've been seeing. it costs a lot of money to respond to these hotels. It costs a lot of money to respond to these short-term rentals, which is the big onus for the cost recovery ordinance there. We need to be able to recover these costs for the taxpayers because while these big hotels, they might be paying about 30% of our township taxes. I would wager to guess that they're using a lot more than 30% of our township services, particularly our roads, but also our police department. So anything we can do to try to recover those costs for the taxpayers and make sure that, they're getting their money's worth from these large businesses that are, in a lot of cases putting strain on their lives. I totally support that.
And this is to ensure the health of our police department for the future. I mean, if we don't do anything, we're not going to be able to afford the current budget. We're going to have to cut something in a few years or raise taxes. So this is a huge thing for the township to protect taxpayers, to protect our police department, and to strengthen Pocono Township moving forward.
I have a question on the fire company. They're a nonprofit. They're not the township. So where does that money go? Like how can we enforce that?
I'm involved. I was talking to Matt about it. I'm involved with some litigation now where it's actually being challenged. These recovery costs are being challenged because the theory is taxpayers pay their fair share in taxes and they're entitled to receive police and fire protection. In the case that I have in Walnutport, Borough of Walnutport adopted a fire recovery act, designated the Diamond Fire Company as their primary volunteer fire company. And if there's an accident and they go and they have to put foam down or whatever, they submit a bill to the insurance company. And up until recently, the insurance companies, for the most part, just paid them. And the money would go back to help them restock all the materials that they need, especially volunteer fire companies. It would be something a little similar to that, plus an additional, if we're getting a lot of 911 hangups, we're getting false alarms, and we're responding to those. So to answer your question, it is done in other municipalities, Ellen. The whole object is to allow them to keep their materials up without having to expend a lot of money if there's a way to recover that. And that's what's been accomplished.
So we can do that in addition to the fire tax?
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's being challenged generally because everybody pays their fair share in taxes. They're entitled to get police and fire. So, I mean, I think the whole concept is being challenged, and unfortunately, it's only a $1,200 case, but it may set some law in Pennsylvania.
So should we wait to move forward on that until there's?
We can draft the police recovery. I mean, right now, my case is fire recovery to help volunteer fire companies.
Yeah, so let's just do police. I mean, I know the Easton one is not being challenged. And I mean, it's pretty clear that the township can charge fees to recover specific costs. We can't do hidden taxes. We can't do taxes to raise revenues, but we can. So I think this is clearly legal.
Well, how much do you suppose we're going to get?
Others should be involved. Just because they're volunteer, we're not going to fight for them. Is that what we're doing?
He's saying that's being challenged. I mean, look, my motion was just the police cost recovery ordinance for tonight because that's a majority of our budget and it's a huge issue. If you want to, put on your agenda next meeting for something with the fire, I will support looking at that for sure, and I'd like to discuss it more. But it's 10:45, and I just kind of want to stick with what I planned on for tonight, at least, if that's okay.
And there are other options for the fire company too. Years ago, the board had discussed the township taking over billing for the fire company to ease the burden on them rather than paying consultants. So that's always an option too. Like Vice Chair Long said, we could add it to the next agenda.
We'll work on the police first.
Okay. So motion to authorize the solicitor to draft a police cost recovery ordinance.
I'll second that. Public comment?
Whoops. That's the second time that happened.
Madam Chairman, just two quick comments on this. Number one, I know the two properties named have worked with the police department and fire. I know in some instances where they've needed support. But my only comment at this point in time would be if police is such a huge expense. And Chief, we support the department. It's a very professional, well-run department, but have we looked at regionalization to save on cost? A lot of other departments are regionalizing. So if that's the basis of the cost, should it be looked at?
I can opine on that if you'd like. Madam Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, years ago, we did reach out to DCED to look at a regionalization study, and DCED had recommended that Pocono Township be the regionalizor versus the regionalizee. They had asked us to see if we could pick up Jackson, Paradise, or Hamilton. As much as early as last year, we did reach out to all those townships again, and they politely told us no. They did not recommend Pocono Township regionalizing with Pocono Mountain or with Stroud Regional.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody online?
Well, I have a question. Matt, how much are we going to get out of this?
So
how much is the police department going to get out of this? Is it even worth it?
it's definitely worth it. I mean, it's the biggest part of our budget. This is the most important thing on my agenda because
But how much?
This is to authorize Leo to work with Jim and discover, Slate, to develop a fee structure that's appropriate, something easy for the police to track. They already track all of the calls, and so I want him to work with Jim on drafting something that makes sense, and again only recovers the specific costs that are disproportionately.
What about responding to 911 calls that nobody really made?
Yeah, so the one that I saw, 9/11 hangups weren't included. This is, the time it takes an officer to respond, the time it takes an officer to fill out the paperwork. I wouldn't support 9/11 hangups being included, and I've already expressed that. But again, as this is being drafted, the board can have input on that.
How much do you know roughly offhand how much Camelback pays in township taxes?
I'd have to look
That's one of the ones that's being discussed.
Yeah, they have a TIF, right? Or is your TIF over?
No, their TIF does not expire until 20.
Okay, great. Well, one of the other large players, but how much? I think that we need to take into consideration when we're doing this. How much is too much, and what are they paying for, and what are they expecting for that money that they're paying? So is 6 calls too many? Like, what I'm saying? Like, how are you actually going to police that?
So I've seen some that, give 3 free police calls and then start assessing, or 5 a month. Yeah. So this is just to draft something. Again, the board, please have input when it's being drafted. But I'm concerned about the taxpayers. I'm concerned that we have an over $2 million deficit for 2026. We can only afford to go at this rate for 3 years, and the police is the biggest part of our budget. So, you asked how much does Camelback pay in taxes. I would ask how much they make in profit every year.
No, and I agree with you 100% as far as the police are the biggest part of our budget, and however we can recover costs would be fantastic. But a lot of tonight seems to be picking on the hotel motels and taxing, and that's my concern. It just seems like we're
first one's just an annual fee to ensure health and wellness and safety. This is to recover the specific costs related to the police.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, but I think that
taxes too, expecting a service. So I just don't want to. I want to be fair to all, including the residents of Pocono Township, to make sure that we recoup funds, because I do 100% agree that a lot of times there are wasted resources and
I think
calls and those kinds of things. But make sure it's fair.
So, a normal person in the crowd is only going to call the police, X amount of times. And so, an expectation of some level of police service is warranted. But when you disproportionately use the police services, I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of calls. I forget the numbers because it's so late. But, they are a vast majority of our police calls. And Jim sent me the numbers. I can forward them to you. This is a huge burden on the taxpayer that we're not recovering the cost for that we rightly can. So, yeah, I'm ready to vote if everyone else is.
You want to do a roll call, Jared, please?
Commissioner Waite?
Sure.
Vice Chair Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kepler?
Yes.
President Nant?
Yes.
Commissioner Velarde?
Nope.
Motion carried.
The last thing, just quickly, we've talked about the amusement tax before. there is, it seems to be an open secret. I can't really confirm it, but the way that packages, the stay and play packages are taxed right now, there's reason to believe that it's not being done appropriately. And the purpose of the letter of engagement that I think was authorized at the last meeting was to, start the process of an audit of the amusement tax payees, because this is a large revenue source. This is the only tax we're allowed to do. We can't do a hotel tax, but we can do an amusement tax. And this is a discussion just to make sure that we're getting paid what we're owed. And what I'd like to do tonight, I took the motion off my table, but I would just like to get a quote from the auditor that we hired, and figure out how much it would cost to audit the top amusement tax payees. And then I would also like, Jared, if you could set up a meeting with them and just kind of do a voluntary informational gathering, meeting, because perhaps we can avoid the cost of an audit, and perhaps they're willing to share what they're doing. Because right now we just get a check. I mean, I saw, I forget if Great Bear or Camelback filled out the 1-page form, but there's not a lot of info on it. We have no idea what's going on. So I think an audit's inappropriate, but if we can set up a meeting and voluntarily get this information and avoid the cost of an audit, I think that would be best. Curious what the board thinks, but hopefully we can just get a quote on what an audit would cost and then set up a meeting in the meantime.
So we did receive a quote back.
Okay.
They had asked us to provide the last 2 years worth of amusement slips and their services to audit the 8 current amusement taxpayers would. Our fees for those services will be quoted hourly rates plus the out-of-pockets costs such as report production, typing, postage, travel, copies, telephone, etc. But we will agree that the fee will not exceed $40,000 without a conversation occurring with township officials first.
And what are we talking about in terms of possible lost revenue right now?
When you say lost revenue, do you mean how much is not being included in the breakout?
Yes. Right now for the public, when a hotel is packaged with water park admission, we should be getting tax on the water park component of it. And we have reason to believe that we're not getting that. Is that correct? I mean,
correct.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that things are being taxed legally moving forward. And, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars here, right? I mean, 40,000 for an audit would be well worth it if we can't get the information voluntarily in a meeting.
You're probably close to 7 figures.
7 figures. Okay. Yeah. So again, when we're talking about a 7-figure deficit, this is important.
Leo could opine on that a little bit more. There was back and forth meetings. Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, 2020, 2019, back and forth with the threat of litigation, and we settled on the 5% plus the ski carve out caveat from 1996, without going into too much of executive session detail.
We didn't really carve it out. We just weren't allowed to tax skiing.
Yeah, skiing's exempt in the law.
Correct. But initially we had thought we could go all the way up to 10%, and then we found the legislation were capped at 5%, and we didn't know that. So
right now, just to add, the history was, and Matt, you and I have spoken about this, and the biggest amusement taxpayer is Camelback, and there was an ongoing discussion about the ski resort exemption contained in the amusement tax. Camelback initially took a position that they were a ski resort with an amenity of a water park, zip lines, whatever else they had. At that time, we looked at taking a look at the stay and play packages and carving out the cost of admission on those packages. That was met by some resistance by the Hotel Bureau.
Can I just jump in real quick? I spoke with State Representative Tara Probst specifically on this because I wanted guidance on it. And she reached out to the legal department in Harrisburg, who was quite confident that packages should be itemized at fair market value and broken down and taxed accordingly to the appropriate bodies. So I just want to point that out.
And with a place like with a place like Great Wolf Lodge, probably more appropriate because they don't have the ability to challenge our imposition because of the ski tax exemption, which is a little. The ski resorts must have had a pretty big lobby when this was put into place to exempt ski resorts. But
so skiing is exempt, but ski resorts are not exempt. I think that's important because, and this is what the challenge would be potentially if they challenge this legally. And because I read the statute, skiing is exempt, but then, you know, it very clearly says what is not exempt and what is taxable, and water parks is part of that. And I asked again Tara Probst to get clarification on this, and they were quite clear that even if you are a ski resort, if there are other amenities that are taxable under the amusement tax, that it's okay. So I just want to point that out.
Oh, no, and I get it, but at the time, you know, the threat was we're going to go after the ski tax exemption for our entire operation, and you'll be out. You won't get anything if they were successful. So there was a decision made by the then board to say, okay, we'll compromise, pay us on your season passes, pay us on your daily passes. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll be in litigation now, whether they escrow those taxes for 3 or 4 years till we get through Commonwealth Court. I don't know how they would handle it, but it's a situation where we'll see. Once the request goes out, we'll see what their response is.
But just to be clear, our ordinance is written that we do tax them. There's no written agreement that we said we would not tax them.
No, it was an understanding that we would not tax the play and stay because we also, if you recall, Senator Scavallo was involved. He promised to get the township money if we stayed away from splitting up the play and stay, the hotel.
And he didn't. But
well, he did.
He was against it from the get-go. So it wasn't a majority. It was a
Right.
majority board, but not the entire board.
Right, not the entire board, but the hotel people got concerned because if you carve it out, they were getting taxed on the entire play and stay package. We're reaching into their pocket. So they were voicing opposition. Senator Scavallo promised us money, never delivered. No offense to the senator, but just didn't deliver on that promise. So, I mean, that as it relates to Camelback only is an issue, but Great Wolf or any other play and stay packages are fair game, in my opinion.
Leo, out of curiosity, if they were to take us to court and try to fight us and we were to win, could we go after them for back taxes?
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, the problem is that the 3 years it takes you, Charles, if they're not paying or they're escrowing the money, if they were smart, they would escrow the money, but they wouldn't give it to our current budget. Now, what do? I don't know. What do we generate, Jerry?
800,000 a year.
So you'd have to make up 800,000 for the time of litigation, but we certainly would if we were successful. And I think there's a shot we could be. When does a water park become a ski resort? When does a ski resort become a water park?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of arguments to be made.
800,000 is everybody though, not just Camelback.
Well, not just Camelback, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It would just be the Camelback portion of that, however much that is. I assume they're the largest, maybe Great Wolf, but Camelback is probably the largest producer. I mean, that's really where you have to have the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to set up a meeting. We don't need a vote for that, do we? To set up a meeting with them just to discuss it?
No, you're just in, information gathering.
Right.
Not
Okay.
a problem.
Then I have nothing else unless anybody else wants to discuss it.
Thank you. Charles?
All right, I'll try to make this brief because I know I'm tired and I want to go home. Regarding the poultry, fowl, and chicken workshop, chickens have been an item of severe contention over the last few months. It seems that every meeting I come to, there are at least 1 or 2 people in the audience who come, sit all the way to the end where this ends up like under the solicitor's agenda, just to be unhappy with the ordinance or the ideas of the ordinance that we brought forward. And then we have to kick the can on it. Chickens are dirty, they're noisy, they're loud. I don't have a problem with them. I think legalization is a great idea. But I do think that the public should have some say in what legalization looks like in the township. I don't think it makes sense to just say, you know, do whatever you want because we'll have chickens free roaming all over town. I mean, yeah, maybe I'm not even gonna go there. You know, personally, I don't want, you know, a dozen chickens wandering into my yard in the middle of the day, and I would imagine, you know, many people in Pocono Township would feel the same. You know, we're a small town, but we're getting bigger all the time. We have 11,000 people, and if you know, even half of those people start to decide to start keeping chickens, you know, we can very quickly get out of control without any kind of you know, restrictions on it or any kind of rules put in place for the expectations of the chickens. So I would just like to propose a workshop, put it out there to the public, advertise it, get people to come in here, give their opinions on it, tell the board what they would like this chicken ordinance to look like. Because I don't think we're not high priests up here. I think that the people sitting here in the audience deserve a say when we're drafting ordinances that will affect their lives and their neighbors' lives. So I would just like to try to set a date for a workshop, and I would like to make a motion to schedule a workshop on the poultry, fowl, and chicken workshop that is currently being drafted. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Discussion?
Yeah, where did we leave off with the chicken ordinance? Was there one drafted? I mean, I remember hearing one that I kind of liked.
We took it to townships.
But Chestnut Hill Townships, but we did, yeah.
And
But then we added roosters, right? At the last meeting.
We did.
But then we didn't get a final draft, so, right? Okay.
I'm a little worried about workshop fatigue in the near future.
We could try to tack it on to Ellen. You know, Ellen wanted to do the standing workshops, or we could even lump it in with the other workshop. It might not be a full meeting, but to say, you know, we're going to discuss these 5 things, have it include the chicken workshop, you know, give people the opportunity to come. It's not going to end up at, you know, 10 o'clock at night. It'll end up, you know, hopefully fairly early on, you know. We don't have to schedule it now. You know, the chicken ordinance, the chickens are illegal. They've been illegal. They're still illegal. And, you know, until the board takes action, they're going to stay illegal. I would, you know, like to take action as soon as possible because I know there's a lot of demand in the township to see this change. So, you know, I do want to move on it. But at the same time, I want to make sure that the public has their say before we make any decisions on their behalf.
Because the first ordinance, I remember there were issues. People gave comment at the meeting, and then we changed it, and then we
changed it a few times.
We've changed the chicken ordinance 3 times now.
A lot regarding the chicken ordinance.
But again, it's always been the same handful of people who sit through to the end of the meeting. You know, we say we've heard a lot from the chicken ordinance, but when the chicken ordinance is always on the agenda at 9 o'clock at night, people show up at 6 hoping to talk about it. You know, that's not really a reasonable way to solicit public feedback.
I mean, it's been on our website it's been on the agenda for almost 6 months, talked about to death. That people have the option to email in comments should they not be able to come to the meeting. The people who have expressed their concerns on numerous occasions. Having a workshop, do you honestly think that 500 people are going to show up?
I don't think 500 people are going to show up, but I think if 10 people show up and voice their opinion, I think that that's a fair sample of people.
Would you be opposed to tabling this and discussing this at the next meeting alongside the current ordinance that was drafted? Because I just don't know if I want to vote for a workshop if I'm happy with. I don't have the current ordinance in front of me, and I know we all want to get out of here, and I don't want to vote to approve a workshop if I think we have a sufficient ordinance. If that makes sense.
If we're going to do that, I would just like to move it up on the agenda. I don't want it relegated to the solicitor. You know, I'd like to have it, you know, maybe under one of the earlier reports for the sake of the people who have been coming to voice their opinions on this, so they're not, you know.
I'll put it on mine
yeah,
if that helps.
I think that would be great. Yeah.
All right. So I'll motion to table it.
Second.
Can I make a comment before we kick this can down the lane?
Sure.
Thank you.
You have sat here every single meeting.
I was literally about to lose it because I've got to be up at 4 o'clock. Kyle Hazelton, resident. As far as I'm aware, now people can correct me. This is currently due to be in front of the Planning Commission. Am I correct?
That's correct.
It was voted by the board to get sent to the planning commission. Yeah.
So why are we now looking at holding a workshop to delay this even further?
To solicit public feedback.
We've been going on this for 6 months.
You have, I know.
We tabled the workshop, so it's at the next meeting.
You're tabling the workshop. It's supposed to be going before the planning commission.
I would love to.
So if you're tabling it, it's going to the planning commission, who are going to bring it back to you guys once they make a decision. And then you're gonna have a workshop to kick it down to kick the can.
I want to pass a chicken ordinance ASAP, which is why I moved to table the workshop, because I don't want to approve a workshop and then delay this even further if we don't have to. So that's why I moved to table it.
But it's going for the planning commission.
He's not tabling the ordinance. He's tabling
we're
tabling the workshop.
Okay.
The workshop.
Yeah.
And we potentially don't have to sit through a 2-hour-long meeting about chickens after we talk about it for 6 months.
Agenda next week.
And if there's not support for the ordinance and we want to tack it onto a workshop, then we'll do that. But I hope that we can just pass an ordinance quickly is my goal.
I hope. Thank you.
Did we table?
Yeah, we did.
There wasn't a final vote taken. There was a motion and a second.
Table.
So we need to vote.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed?
All right, next up. I would just like to, so we received an email on December 30th, 2025 from former Commissioner Brian Wynot. It references me directly, so I'd just like to take the opportunity to read it here to the public and briefly respond to it. Dated December 30th, 2025. I don't know why the agenda says January 5th. Board of Commissioners. I am writing to formally request that Commissioner Charles Kepler recuse himself from participation in any subdivision, land development, or township project in which I personally or any business entity in which I am an employee, director, member, shareholder, or principal am involved. This request is based on several facts. Presently, Mr. Kepler and I are parties in a lawsuit in Monroe County Court of Common Pleas in which I have alleged that he engaged in defamatory conduct after warning and in fact accused me of criminal conduct. How quickly this lawsuit will be resolved is unknown, and as we are litigants opposed one another, actual bias must be presumed. In addition to these comments referenced above, Mr. Kepler has repeatedly demonstrated bias against Northeast Site Contractors, Trapasso and Wynot, the Ridge Project in remarks made in public meetings and on social media. Most troubling is that some of his most aggressive rhetoric came after he was elected commissioner. Given these circumstances, it is clear that Commissioner Kepler has both an actual conflict of interest and an apparent one, which render him incapable of performing his duties in any manner which I have an interest. Permitting his involvement in discussion, votes, or actions by the board that affect any entity in which I hold an interest would be unfair and inappropriate, and would require a legal challenge in the event that his participation or vote secured an outcome unfavorable to my interest. It is my sincere hope that with the passage of time and the resolution of the pending court matter, we will be able to revisit Mr. Kepler's recusal. But under the present circumstances, this appears to be the only viable option for myself, the entities and projects I am involved with, and the township itself. I would just like to make 2 brief points. First, former public officials are not supposed to be representing businesses, entity. Let me read from the Pennsylvania Ethics Act. Former official or employee. No former public official or public employee shall represent a person with promised or actual compensation on any matter before the government body with which he has been associated for 1 year after he leaves that body. I don't believe that this email is appropriate because he was a commissioner here within the last year, and he is reaching out representing himself and his business interests as presumably a paid representative of those businesses. That's the first thing. Second, I feel that to send an email to the township threatening us, and in my opinion, this is a threat. He's saying if I were to participate in any votes with which he is a party, or that he is a party to, he would sue the township. That's not right. Now, he filed this lawsuit after I was elected commissioner. The precedent that this would set is that if anyone wanted to prevent a particular member of this board of commissioners from participating in a vote, all they would have to do is file a lawsuit against them and claim that individual is biased. I believe that this would set an extraordinarily dangerous precedent because, I mean, for obvious reasons, if we are up here, we're up here to serve the public and to serve their interest. And, things may get heated on the campaign trail, but that doesn't represent bias on anyone's part. I maintain that I have never accused Commissioner Wynot of anything that he did not in fact do. I maintain that his participation and in the roundabout vote was wrong. Or I'm sorry, the fact that the roundabout was awarded to his business was wrong. I also maintain that, and I mean, it continues to be the case that he did not disclose his conflicts of interest prior to voting on them. He abstained from the vote, but he did not disclose the nature of his conflict of interest. These things are wrong. The public needs to be able to trust their government. They need to be able to come into this room, sit down, watch these meetings, and not find out later that, people on this board are, involved in business interests that, they're perhaps abstaining from, but not voting, but still involved with, because, people up here on this board, they're friendly with each other. And this is why, former officials are not supposed to, represent, entities before this board after they leave office, because it can sway the vote. And so I think that this email is wholly inappropriate. I think that this email, these sorts of things, I believe they degrade public trust. Because if, business owners are going to be sending us threatening emails, trying to, in my opinion, threatening emails, trying to, get people not to participate in votes, that just completely destroys our democratic process. It erodes it at its very core, and it's wrong. And so I just wanted to make that brief statement because I was very troubled by this email, and I don't think it's right. And I do not intend to abstain from any vote having to do with Brian, because to do so would set a terrible, terrible precedent that would allow any business owner, any individual to stifle this board and to silence valid criticism of them. So that's all I wanted to say. If anyone else on the board would like to say anything,
I have something to say about
please.
that. So I would like the record to reflect an email that I sent this afternoon, that I do believe that a violation of the Sunshine Law was committed today. At 11:30, the agenda was asked to be changed to reflect this email and the discussion regarding it. It may be de minimis, however, with potential litigation against the township and discussion of the items, we should not have changed the agenda today. It should have been 24-hour notice. We changed it today at the request of a board member, and we are discussing this publicly without even giving the person who sent this email a heads up that we were discussing it, because he never even got notified for the Sunshine Law with 24-hour notice.
Leo, do you advise that we should have voted to move this to the agenda? I mean, because we're allowed to do that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I viewed it as de minimis. not necessarily its content, Charles, but certainly adding, there's not a vote being taken on it. We could have come here tonight. There could have been a motion to amend the agenda to include it. And, as I've already opined, I do not see a conflict of interest, Charles, at all. And you're participating in these matters, and we're giving credit to a bully that we no longer should have to give credit to.
At the end of the day, this email is a public record. It was sent to your public employees. It would be subject to a right to know request.
And that's fine. And I'm not arguing the fact that you're sharing it because I feel it's appropriate to discuss it. What I'm arguing is that the agenda was changed at 11:30 today.
Natasha, you discussed things under your report that are not on the agenda, and as did Mike. This is something that I requested be on the
I
agenda
discussed for
before the
things to
agenda
be
was published.
discussed in the future
And
regarding plans.
I requested
You're
that this be
discussing a
added.
thing that we might get sued over. There's a big difference.
First of all, it's not ongoing litigation, it's a threat. Or
I
it
would say
is.
ongoing litigation.
I did call PSATs and they said if there's no transaction or expenditure, then it can be added to the agenda within 24 hours because we were discussing this via email and I wanted clarification on it. And Leo agrees, so I don't think there's any issue. But
I would just like to read from the Office of Open Records what they say. An agency can change the agenda within the 24-hour threshold if the changes are de minimis, involve no expenditure of funds, and don't entail entering into a contract, or if an agency agrees to make changes by majority vote, announcing the reasons for the change to the vote and posting an updated agenda within 1 business day. So
that's great. You say about trust and transparency, and you want everyone to trust you. Yet you change the agenda the day of the meeting.
I requested this be on the agenda before the 24-hour threshold, and for some reason that change was not made. I requested this be added. I believe it was on Wednesday, and Thursday came around. The agenda was published. I immediately responded and said, "Please add this," and I did not get a response until Monday. I don't know why my request was ignored, but I felt it was important that this be made public because when people are going to be reaching out to your public officials, telling them that they can't participate in votes, you as members of the public have a right to know that occurred. And I believe that I, as a member of this board, have a right to respond to it. We are not voting on anything. This is merely a discussion. This is merely my response to an email we received.
Anything else? Do you have anything else?
Yes. On to the library, my favorite topic. So the library in Pocono Township closed last year. I know that this was a major point of contention on the campaign trail. I would like to leave aside whether or not there was mold in the old municipal building. I still maintain that there was. Everyone I've spoken to has told me that there was, aside from the people on this board who continue to insist that there wasn't. But numerous township officials, as well as people from the library, have told me that there was. That's neither here nor there. I want to make a serious offer to the library board, offering them space in this new municipal building. We have an enormous amount of space here. We have an entire wing that is at the moment completely empty. It has been completely empty since we moved into this building. And as of now, we don't have any firm plans or any firm commitments from the potential county tenants to take that space. I believe that we should offer space in that empty wing to our library, if not the entire empty wing to our library, because frankly, Pocono Township is one of the largest townships in Monroe County, and yet we don't have a library. Smithfield has a brand new library that was just put in a few years ago, but Pocono Township is losing theirs. I don't think that that's right. So I think that we need to be working with the library board to make sure that the library comes back. It's so important for young families. I mean, I love taking my son to the library. You know, he loves it. You know, it's a place where he can go and socialize with other kids. It's a place, you know, that you don't have to pay for when, you know, if your heat goes out in the winter, you can just go sit there. And it's also a place for local organizing because you can, you know, especially at like the Hughes Library, but, you know, I think we should have it in Pocono Township too. You can rent out rooms to, you know, to hold meetings and things like that. So I would like to send, I would like to motion to send a letter to the library board offering them space, offering them, well, just making an offer to, let me see how I want to word this. I would like to make a motion to draft a letter to the library board.
Yeah, can we ask them if they're interested?
Yeah,
before-
yeah, asking if they would be interested in space in our new municipal building.
And then if they are, maybe, you know, we can discuss with the county what their current plans are and, you know, maybe try to find an agreement that works for everybody.
And I would like to specify, I'd like to maintain the terms that we had with our old, you know, with our old municipal building where they don't pay rent. I don't see why one government body should be paying another government body. You know, if they are operating here, you know, they're providing a service to the residents. I think that, you know, I don't see any reason that we should be trying to nickel and dime the library to maintain space in our building. You know, we have the building, it's sitting empty right now, and it could be sitting full of books and happy kids and, you know, seniors in our community who right now don't have a place to call their own. So
I would say work with Jared on drafting something and then, you know, send it to us, the rest of the board before you guys send it, just so we can take a look at it.
Yeah,
That's
all right,
fair.
so I'll do that then.
Is
Yeah,
that all right, Jared?
right.
Yes. I mean, does the board want to set aside a certain amount of space, or because right now there is no bathroom or plumbing over there? That the township was going to, when the county was, I mean, the county, we haven't heard from the county in a few months. Their architect's been in at a couple times changing some of their plans, but ultimately the township was going to pick up the bill to rough the plumbing over, and then the county would pay to fit out. So
Did the old library have a bathroom in the library room of the building? It did? Okay. Is it required to? Like, can we just say the
Get off of
bathrooms are over here? Well, I mean,
Under
yeah,
the PAUCC, it is required to have a bathroom.
what was that?
Under the PAUCC, so the 2018 IBC, it is required to have bathrooms.
Well, this building has a bathroom. It's just the bathroom is over here. Does it need to have a bathroom over there? Is there like a distance between the bathrooms that's required?
It depends on the layout of the building.
Mhm.
If they're going to separate them completely, then they would need their own bathrooms.
Okay.
I'm just curious if they're even interested because I spoke to a board member for EMPL and I think they're pretty happy about the payroll they're saving. So I'm just curious, you know, maybe they need to take a vote on whether they're even interested in space in the new building. And if they are, you know, then we can discuss if we want to offer them space and what that would look like and everything.
I mean, you know, my wife Josie attended a few of the library meetings. I can't attend because they're like 7 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday or something like that. But there seemed to be a real split on the board about what they would consider. There seemed to be a lot of people on the library board who really did not want to see the Pocono Township Library close. And felt kind of railroaded by it and limited by the options that Pocono Township was providing to them. So I think if we opened up those options a little bit more, and they did, I'm pretty sure they explicitly said that they would be open to bringing the library back to Pocono Township were the right offer be put in front of them. So I would like to try to put that right offer in front of them because I want, there's nothing I want to see more than the library come back to Pocono Township.
I just think that when it goes to library board, whether or not the board takes the position of we'll give you space or we'll give you space rent free would make a big difference when it gets brought up to them. So if the board can just give me a better direction.
Well, let's sit down together. We will try to get something written and then we'll bring it back before the board at the next meeting and we will, we'll see what the board thinks about it.
I would like to know, because I thought the library paid rent at some of its places. And
They do.
why wouldn't we collect rent? for the new building. If the county has money to rent it, why wouldn't we collect
Well,
it?
the library has its own budget. The library collects its own taxes. It's not the county. It's not like they're flush with cash, first of all. And second, it's either the library tax, it's all tax money at the end of the day. If they're paying us rent, so what? Then the library has to raise the library taxes so that, Pocono Town, it doesn't make any sense. They already had a library here. They weren't paying rent before. Why would we be having this money sloshing around? That comes back to like transparency. We have one entity paying another entity. It's just moving money around, and it just makes it harder to know where your taxes are ultimately going. Wouldn't you prefer to know that your library tax is going to books and not to renting space from another township? That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. We should be trying to work together as a government, not trying to nickel and dime each other and get a leg up.
I think it needs to be discussed first whether the library is willing to come back, and then I think it should come back to the board for public input.
That's why I'd like to send a letter.
Some people may want a library, and other people may want the county that would pay a huge chunk of the operating expenses of this building versus, and nothing against the library, but against the library that we have to foot the total bills for.
But again, the county just raised taxes, and I hope you all know where those county taxes are going.
Well, the county tax, the county's already paying for space. Why not utilize that money for us as a township? We're already paying our taxes of the county. We would at least get pennies on the dollar back by allowing them space in this building for rent. So again, I think that should be left up to the residents, and a survey of some kind should go around because we are talking about big tax dollars.
And I guess we would need to know how much room they have, because there may be still room left. If the county's not going to take that for the magistrate, then we should rent some of it out.
I agree,
and then
100%. But they've spent thousands of dollars in architectural fees. Yeah. So it's not something that I just want to straight up abandon unless there's a massive public input that they want a library.
Well, I'm not going to wait a year for them to decide they want to do it either, right? I mean, it's been almost a year.
No, I agree, but the library's free. The library won't collect rent on it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but if we have the space, I mean, we have a lot of space. So
I've talked to dozens of young families all over Pocono Township, and people and seniors too. Young families and seniors, because our young families, again, it's a great resource for our kids, but it's also a great resource for our seniors, because we don't have third spaces in America. We don't have places where you can just go and sit for free and spend time, unless you want to go down to Wawa or something like that. People want to spend time somewhere nice, like a library. Again, you can't hold like a public meeting at a Wawa. You can't hold a meeting of some organization that you want to be a part of. You can't do that at like a private business. They'll kick you out if you're not spending money. The library won't do that. And that's why it's such a great resource. It's a great place for our seniors to come and spend time together, and they're not going to get kicked out, and it's quiet and it's peaceful. And it's just a beautiful thing. So
I wouldn't mind doing something like a community center, like the Mountain Center where Maureen had an office. I don't know if you still do have it there, but I mean, would you like office space?
I'm actually in Tannersville at Fountain Springs.
I know there was talks about the old building being converted completely. The old township building being converted to a community center. That was literally talked about in October or November. And I think that was
there was
a
diagram. There was a
and there was a quorum
rendering,
created.
right?
Everybody was on board.
And answer a question for me. Are Pocono Township residents paying a library tax in their millage?
Yes.
So right now they're
As
paying
part
a
of the
tax
county
for the library they do not have.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we can still take advantage of the library. I mean,
What library?
If we were to,
The
I mean,
Hughes
the one in Hughes. I mean, any of the Eastern Monroe, and also any of the libraries in the Monroe County system. I mean, a favor of ours, since the library closes, to go over to the Western Pocono Library in Broadheadsville, because that one's really nice. But I don't think we should have to drive 15, 20, 30 minutes to go to the library, because a lot of people particularly people who end up needing to use the library. They can't afford to drive that far.
So if we're collecting a debt, all go to the township, right? If we're collecting tax, where's that money go?
It's going to the library system.
Goes to the entire organization.
Yeah,
County
I mean,
libraries.
yeah, the Monroe County Library System, they operate several libraries all over the county. The closest one to us is currently the Hughes Library, so, you know, the money is going into a pool that funds their operations. Their operations no longer include a library in Pocono Township, but you can still take advantage of any of the libraries across Monroe County. If we were to stop paying that tax, I don't know that would continue to be the
No,
case.
it's a county tax. The township doesn't have the ability to change or raise or lower that tax.
All right, so I'll work with Jared to get something drafted up. I'll bring it before the board at the next meeting, and we can vote on whether or not we would like to, send it to the library board, and we'll see what they come back with.
Jared, can you reach out to the county too, just to get an update on what they're thinking? Thanks.
All right.
Sorry.
Now, finally, so we had a member of the public reach out to us recently about a Facebook post that was made by a member of our planning board, Kyle Van Fleet. I see he's here. I would just like to read the post and describe it for you because I don't want to display it because I frankly think it's heinous. The entire real estate market in this country is based on how far can I be away from these people without having a 3-hour drive to work. And the pictures below it are two African-American men side by side.
They're two murderers.
Yeah, they're criminals.
Right.
Criminals.
Okay, well, how does anyone looking at this know that?
I
They're
knew it
two
immediately.
African-American men.
This was discussed, and you're accusing him without any proof.
Accusing him
to
without any
address you on your hypocrisy, but respectfully, there's nothing in that post about race. You made it a race issue.
If I were an African
You made it a race issue. It could be a white guy, a Puerto Rican guy, a purple guy. I could care less. I'm making a point that city scum is what has turned this area into the shithole it's becoming. We just got done talking about cops and budgets and how much all this tourism costs us fighting the scum that comes here and chooses to brawl during a family vacation every weekend.
Jared,
listen to the police scanner once.
Jared, how many African Americans do we have working for the township or serving on our boards?
0.
So if I were someone who is black and I moved here, it's 14% of our population, by the way, and I wanted to get involved, if I wanted to say volunteer for the planning board, if I wanted to, try to get appointed to one of our boards here in town.
Go ahead.
I don't think that I would want to be sitting next to a planning board member who didn't want me living
Let
here.
me tell you something. You've moved here 2 years ago. You don't know anybody that you've been talking about, most anybody that you've been trying to axe tonight. You never even shook my hand when you're trying to get rid of me. And you had to retract a lot of your nonsense tonight.
Okay.
I'm a little heated right now. I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to let my construction dialect come out, but you need to cool it, dude. Really. Like, you just moved here. If I was fishing in a boat and you spun around the corner with your causing a wake, hit a rock and sank, and I come over to save you, and you got in my boat and did nothing but talk about how great your boat was, I'd want to throw you the heck out of it. Why don't you just slow your roll a little bit and get to know a few people? All right. That's all I'm asking. All right. Well, I tell you what.
I'm gonna have to end
Go
this
ahead.
conversation.
You're part of this too, Ellen.
I know.
And you.
Just said.
All right. Well, all three of you are hypocrites. Just
So
so you
you
know.
came up and interrupted me. This is not an open discussion.
He interrupted you calling him a racist in
Okay.
front of the township?
I said that this post was racist.
We're gonna stop this conversation.
This is not a discussion.
It's a fact. It's a fact. If you don't like the facts, if you don't like the statistics of murderers,
Okay,
or whatever happened.
Let's stop
What
the debate.
statistics are you
Charles,
referencing?
please.
No, okay. Well,
Kyle, it's done.
If
Okay,
you-
we're
if-
moving on.
Why are
Do
we,
you have
why are we
anything else?
talking about? Really? I don't.
Is
there anything else?
My point is, there's a reason we don't have any African American staff in Pocono Township. There's a reason we don't have any.
Yeah, no, Charles, that's enough. Really.
It's enough.
Yes, it is. That is enough.
You're the
Okay.
racist here.
Paul has minorities working for him. Nobody is anti, in my experience over.
I'm not saying we're discriminating against African Americans, but what I'm saying is that they don't want to be involved in a township where they think that they're not wanted, where they're thinking that people don't want to live within a 3-hour drive of them.
So
That's not appropriate. It's not appropriate.
We're gonna stop.
We need
now.
to look these things in the face. We can't just look away from them.
Charles, I'm gonna call order because enough.
So I would just like to make one comment, and that I would like the minutes to reflect that I was not for talking about this and don't agree with it for when we get sued.
Do you have anything else?
There we go.
No, thank you. That's all.
Okay, for time, I'm gonna put this out to everybody. For the rest of the agenda, do you want to postpone and just hit the items that we absolutely have to do today?
Yep.
Would that be amicable for everybody? Is that-
Comes early.
Yeah, so
Is there anything pressing, Jared, Pat?
so I'm gonna go to
Anybody?
zoning first. Do anything that you have to report tonight, or can it be tabled to me? Chief, you're in the second meeting anyway, right? Jared,
Just a quick announcement, nothing of needing decision tonight. I know most people have left, but 2 huge grant awards we had received over the past 2 weeks. One is the statewide LSA grant, which was something we applied for last year over at TLC, which will give us Monroe County's first true outdoor gym and senior mobility walking center. And the other one that was just awarded last week was a small water and sewer grant that we had applied for the Sullivan Trail extension. So just about $1 million in grants. So this is a huge win for Pocono. That's all I have.
Pat,
Yes, thank you. Just 2 quick items. One, I think we already discussed the motion to promote Mike Stetler Jr. from part-time road department to full-time on the DPW team.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it. Discussion? This was the carve out. Yep.
Yeah.
Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Do it.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Then the other item is a co-stream service proposal. And I have a letter that I placed on all the commissioners' desk from T&M, our sewer engineer, Mike Gable. This, I understand that there's been a hold on capital spending, but this item is actually an operations and maintenance expenditure, which is actually spelled out in Mike's letter. And what I'd asked the board for is approval of phase 1 of this co-streams proposal, which is an expenditure of $18,740. This software allows the township to continue to operate its HMI system. The system that we have is currently antiquated, and there's some problems with the software. It's an older software that's not being supported in the same way. And I don't know if Mike is still with us or not. Mike was on tonight to answer any technical questions.
He's still here.
Yeah, he's both nine. No, John, are you charging us for this?
No. But
yes, Mike's still dialed in.
it's pretty important software because it allows us to communicate. And the reason I asked for the phase 1 is I would like to implement and test this, much like, I don't know if you remember several years ago when I installed chopper pumps at Pump Station 2. I chose to do one first to test it to see how it worked before we spent the full amount for all 3. So similarly, I negotiated with the co-stream service provider, and they're willing to do the installation at Pump Station 5. We can see how it operates, and then we could move forward with the phase 2 operation. This will ultimately save the township.
So you're saying this
as
is
well.
A necessary repair and maintenance, not a capital expenditure?
That's correct. Yes,
Leah?
it's supported by Mike's letter as
What
well.
do you think with our budget and all? Where do you think that stands?
If it is repair and maintenance, then I think it's an ordinary course and expense. I mean,
That's where I was thinking.
because if, one of the pump stations goes down, we're not gonna let it sit for 4 weeks. So it's the same kind of thing, according to Michael's letter. And Michael's letter should be with any motion that authorizes that.
Motion to approve the Coast Stream phase one proposal for the $18,740 as a repair and replace.
Second. All right.
Any more discussion? Public comment? Anybody online? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Anything else that has to be done tonight?
Just my general report, but it doesn't have to happen tonight.
David.
I'll save it
Okay.
for next time.
It's almost tomorrow.
George?
The only thing I have that you may or that has a timeline with it is the award of the roundabout. We have 45 days from the bid opening, which I calculate as being January 24th. So we have one more meeting. We can either act on it tonight or act on it at the next meeting, but we have to act within 45 days.
We haven't heard.
We have
Yeah.
not heard from the Ethics Commission, and acting can be not only awarding the bid, but also rejecting all bids if necessary.
So we could also table it till the next meeting.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right? We're within that 45 days. Yep.
I'll make a motion to table it to the next meeting.
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion? Public comment? Oh, yeah.
Hanging in there, y'all.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, John. Leo?
All right. So I have a busy agenda. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I do want to, in light of our new members, I'll be remiss. Just a cautionary, and I caution all clients. Remember that as public officials, both your personal potential if it discusses township business and your township emails are subject to the right to know request. Just because you put my name on a letter, unless you ask me for my opinion on something, does not protect that from disclosure from the attorney-client privilege. The attorney-client privilege applies when asked for an opinion. So I just would caution the new members and a reminder to the existing members that, we try not to talk in the vernacular. We try not to demean, defame, because again, we get into litigation or even through a right to know request. Those emails are all subject to being turned over because they are public record. So I would caution all of us to be careful in the crafting of those emails. The other matters that I have, which are really nominal, can wait until next meeting, Madam President.
Thank you. It's my agenda here. With that, make a motion to adjourn. In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.